Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Appreciate it. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's
Hey.
right over there.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora's out. Poundcake is back in Studio G. How about Poundcake showing up before us to our St. Patty's Day broadcast on Friday? After all that Michigas.
He really rope-a-doped us.
He did.
He really tricked us.
Yeah, he did. And I have to suspect that he knew all along that when did you get there? Just a few minutes before me, or? Yeah, it kind of took a minute for places to get going. I think it was rainy and gross. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, you were there on time.
Okay, so you got there. So we all got there within like 4 or 5 minutes of each other, basically.
The traditional St. Patrick's Day beverage. Poundcake goes for the White Claw. What flavor was it? Mm-hmm. And well, anyway, he did make it. Thank you to everybody who came down to the Clevelander on Friday. We had a great time.
So much fun.
I don't know how it even sounded on the air, but
our boss just said it sounded great.
Well,
so
they
I
gotta
gotta
say
go
that
with
it was their idea.
What they say.
Yeah, but it was a lot of fun.
I had so much fun.
Yeah, it was a great time. So
what time did you end up getting out of there?
Well, I was going back and forth because
that's right.
We're right over here. I had work to do, and we don't have enough studios in our new spot here. So I still had I had to put the finishing touches on the metal show. Mm-hmm. So I had to come over here to do some of that, and then I went back. I think maybe I just went over once or twice, but I ended up probably leaving around 6:30, I think.
Okay.
I think Rob pulled the plug around 6:20, 6:30 because he's like, at this point,
everybody's
who cares? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I left around 5:30, 5:45, just before 6, because I was having a very good time.
It was a great time.
It was so much fun. It was fun going on the air with all the different people from the station.
Yeah, Charlie and Dieter and Digi and everybody showed up. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Charlie and I played some Papa Shot against each other. Put
there at the Clevelander?
Yeah, put a shot on the line.
Really?
Because we've been going back and forth on Instagram a while about getting together and playing some Papa Shot because he was talking all this wreck about being so good at Papa Shot.
Because he gets a lot of practice?
He just says he's pretty good at it. What I found out was he thought I was going to be terrible.
Well, he doesn't know you
bad.
have a Papa Shot in your apartment.
Yeah. And it's different still when you have to play with like the bigger balls and stuff, right, ladies? And,
yeah.
But I still beat him by like 10 or 12 or something like that.
Yeah.
So he ended up having to buy me a shot. But
there you go.
It was a lot of fun. Pants and Tommy came out for my podcast.
Yep.
They ended up on the air. Pretty much anybody that was within by like once it passed like 3 o'clock. Just whoever was there.
If you were within 10 feet of the broadcast. Mark Nolan was there when we first started because he had just gotten off the air here. Our buddy Jeremiah from Kiss FM came by for a little
happy birthday.
bit.
It's his birthday today.
Jeremiah's the big 3-0 today.
Oh, I think he's
So, yeah, we had a lot of fun. So if you came out, thank you, because we did get to hang out with a lot of you and chat and all that kind of stuff. And it was, but it wasn't a sunny day or whatever. It was a good day to be inside. Although invariably there will be all of these post-event, Cleveland Scene does, and a lot of the local websites, they'll have all these St. Patrick's Day slideshows where it's a lot of photos of the parade and whatever, but not one photo of the WMMS event. Not even like a passerby who goes, hey, man, look at all this fun that's being had. Nothing. Once again, disrespected by the Cleveland community. I don't know how much more I can take of this, Bill. I mean, but I certainly
probably quite a bit.
I certainly
a lot.
expected to see. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But I expected to see one or two photos. But I mean, I think I saw a lot of pictures on social media from our event, so that was fun. But you never know what you're going to run into.
That was one of those events where I had a whole bunch of photos and videos that I don't remember taking. I haven't gotten to that level in a minute.
You got, but a couple nights prior, you said you did, or like after the Cleveland Comedy Awards, you got wrecked.
I got wrecked.
You got wrecked. You got wrecked twice in a week.
Daytime wrecked, I guess. Daytime wrecked.
Yeah.
I took a wonderful daytime nap, like leaving St. Patrick's, and like I bailed out around 4. I got home, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have the whole evening to do nothing.
Yeah.
And my dude was calling. He was like, hey, you want me to come up there? I'm like, no, don't bother. I'm home now. Like, same raspy, dry, hoarse voice. And I'm like, no, I'm going to go take a nap. I'll call you when I get up.
And did you call him when you woke up?
I did, but I'm like, no, just save it for tomorrow. Like, we'll go out tomorrow. I'm done for the day. I had an Irish car bomb. Like, I drink the weirdest stuff because I had like a bunch of White Claws. Then someone bought me an Irish car bomb. I took a shot with somebody. I don't remember who. Then I had the chicken nuggets and French fries.
Yeah, I didn't do all that. You guys were eating. I didn't have that much. I mean, I had a few pops, but I was just tired. I hadn't eaten. So I cannot get wrecked. And
I got a ride there and a ride home. Like I was planning on getting wrecked. I drank a lot of Guinness, whatever shots people handed me, I did. It was a very good time.
People, Poundcake got like the kindergartner special as soon as we got there off the menu. He got the chicken planks and the French fries.
What are you supposed to get at a bar?
I'm not complaining. I think that's a great pick, but it is the kindergartner special.
Well, whatever. It was good.
But on a day like that, when you're probably going to be tipping some back, that's probably good.
Yeah, I needed a base.
Need a base.
Yeah. Well, he got a base. Got one in there. But if you came down, thank you. If you didn't, we'll see you next year. I'm sure that you had your own St. Patrick's Day fun. Well, why is St. Patrick's Day such a big deal anyway? I'm Irish and I don't know this. Why is St. Patrick's Day a thing?
Because people like to celebrate things that don't really matter. So
no, but I mean, like, but there's no
wasn't
other.
It the snakes?
I don't know. There's no other drinking holiday
snakes.
like that is attached to a person or an ethnic group or
Alan,
I mean, Oktoberfest, yeah, but that's not like to a guy. It's not Saint October. What?
People are saying on the live stream they can't hear me. I don't know if there's something.
I don't know. All your buttons are in.
Okay.
I don't know why they can't hear you. But I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio
/iHeartland.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
So environmentally friendly, they recycle every joke. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. Do we hear Poundcake on the live stream? Hello, Cody.
I believe they said it was fixed, so yeah.
Oh, yeah? All right.
Go ahead and talk, Poundcake.
There he is.
Can you hear me?
It's coming through, I think, now.
All right.
Okay.
There it is. Some days, some buttons need to be pushed, and other days, they don't need to be pushed, and every day is a new experience.
But they never tell us which ones need to be. And
they don't know.
And they being the board, the AI.
Figure it out.
Whatever this board is just like, today I feel like
Chat
this.
GPT. I don't know if we've got that in our boards. Hey, your Cleveland Cavaliers haven't played for a few days. They beat the Wizards here at home on St. Patty's Day. They're in Brooklyn to play the Nets, a couple of back-to-back games here tomorrow night and Thursday night, both of them at 7:30 here on MMS as we get to the end of the regular season. Only a handful of weeks left to play. So Cavs, Nets, live in Brooklyn tomorrow night and Thursday night, back-to-back games here on MMS. Remember, all through the month of March, you want to get some gear from CLE Clothing Company. You're still free to use the promo code SHAMROCK for 20% off whatever you get. I was reading that Tristan Thompson has been working out with the Lakers, for people who pay attention to what Double T is still doing, the former Cleveland Cavalier. He's not the one who went back to college. That was...
no, that's J.R. Smith.
Earl, right. Earl was...
Yeah, he went back to college.
Yeah. So Tristan Thompson, who I imagine is just out there, I don't know what he's doing, but I'm sure he lives out there, and he's got kids with the Kardashians, and so it'd probably be very, very exciting for everybody involved if he were playing with, of course, he was part of the championship team, I think, with LeBron.
Yeah.
Right? He was here in 2016.
Correct.
Why don't they have Matthew Dellavedova there in L.A. playing with the Lakers? Why don't they have him working out with them?
I think
don't
he
people
on a roster?
Don't people in Australia or something? Don't people love Delly? He was with the Bucks.
I mean, I think Delly's love was mostly here in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think he was a beloved player for the Bucks or anywhere else.
Yeah, but Cleveland's not that different than Milwaukee. You'd think that, I mean, as far as like
but that team's made of
and...
a bunch of Dellavedovas. Like, they have a bunch of scrappy white dudes
Oh,
on that
they
team.
do?
Yeah.
All right. Well, he's currently playing for the Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
So
he's in a better position. He doesn't want to go there. The Kings are like the second seed in the West.
Okay.
So why would he want to go to the Lakers?
I'm not saying he wants
to be a 10th seed.
I'm not saying he wants to go anywhere. I'm just wondering if people still remember Matthew Dellavedova, the Australian guy. Dellavedova. Yeah. They are number 2, right behind the Nugs out there.
With a former Cavs coach leading them. Mike
The Sacramento
Brown.
Kings?
Yeah, Mike Brown's their coach.
Oh, God, I can't keep track of that guy. Mike Brown, Jesus.
He was an assistant forever with
the Lakers.
The Warriors. He coached the Lakers for I think a season and a half, got fired, then was an assistant with the Warriors for most of their whole championship run. All those 4 championships that went over the past 6-8 years.
Okay.
So
and Ty Lue was with the Clippers.
Rings.
Ty Lue's a Clippers coach, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Well, everybody who was once with the Cleveland Cavaliers in a championship-ish capacity has found themselves in different places. Very exciting. I don't know if it was the night before. It might have been Thursday night where I read that Lance Reddick died. Lance Reddick was a great, great actor. You'd see him pop up. Anything you saw him in, he was dynamite. He was very tall, and he was very lanky, and he was very black. And he just kind of had this vibe. He was on The Wire back in the day. He was on Oz back in the day. I used to watch him on a great show called Fringe, kind of an X-Files-y show.
I remember Fringe.
And I don't know if it had to have been because Lance Reddick died. I was clicking around yesterday, and they were doing a Fringe marathon on like HLN or something, unless all of their Forensic Files episodes got burned or something, and they were just looking for something to put in there. But he was the concierge at the hotel in the John Wick movies, and he just died. He looked to be a guy in like really good shape. He had this deep voice. I mean, I think he put it on a little bit for when he wanted to bring some gravitas to a role, because if you've seen him, on chat shows or anything like that, he doesn't really have that kind of a voice. But you'd see him in things, and he was always great because he cut such an imposing figure, and he just died. 60 years old. His wife said that he just didn't wake up.
Man.
There's a lot of this going on, and I don't know. Tell me.
Nothing. It's just scary, but it does seem a lot to be happening all at once.
Well, listen, people always die.
Did he take the vaccine?
And what's that?
Did he take the vaccine?
I knew that's where you were going.
Was he a double booster?
I don't know about that, but I mean, again, you wonder why, because this guy's 60. That's not old. And for a guy who looked like he was in really good shape, again, you don't know what conditions people have, but. And you'll have some other, like a 43-year-old golfer. They go, oh, he's dead too. It's just strange. So, yeah, he was in Fringe for people who watch that. He was in Lost, if you watch that. He was in a lot of things. I don't know. He had to have gotten going maybe on Oz, because that show was like 25 years ago. There was a show I loved, a cop show called Bosch that was on Amazon. He was the chief on Bosch. But yeah, he was in good stuff. So Lance Reddick dies, and then Sam Neill comes out and goes, "Hey, I have terminal blood cancer."
Oh,
remember Sam Neill? He was in Jurassic Park and all these. Anytime you saw Sam Neill, you're like, "Oh, he's gonna be great." He was in Event Horizon, and In the Mouth of Madness, and just dynamite. He was in the one of the Omen movies. He played the grown-up Damien Thorne in the early '80s when he was a younger actor. So there's conflicting reports. One of them was he was going, yeah, it's not nothing they can fix. But then I read something else where he's like, it'll be okay. It's so maybe he's putting on a brave face. He's in Thor Ragnarok, which I still haven't gotten around to seeing. My daughter and I watched the Ant-Man movies this weekend.
Oh, nice.
She has no interest in superhero movies, and I'm always trying to get her interested in something that's either Star Wars or superhero, because Disney Plus, that's what most of that is. It's Pixar and Marvel and Star Wars. But like most people, when we have Disney Plus on, we're just watching Simpsons reruns. And so I was kind of we were trying to find something we could watch. And I said, what about Ant-Man? She's like, and I go, he gets real tiny. And boy, that hooked her. So the fact that he could get real tiny, I guess, was
that's
hilarious.
relatable to her. She's like, I'm small.
That's relatable.
Small.
Yep, he gets real small, and he can jump around in between. He can.
And she dug that, huh?
She dug that. So we watched.
And there's enough silliness in those movies too, I think, to keep a 7-8-year-old pretty engaged.
Yeah, that second one's not great. The first one was great. It was Paul Rudd wrote it with Adam McKay, and it was funny, and it was kind of Ant-Man was always kind of a tertiary character, but I mean, the first one I hadn't seen since I saw it in the theater, so that was a nice refresher. That was okay. That second one, you kind of like, I haven't seen the third one because I think that's still in the theater. But
probably another week.
Yeah, you can probably pay $20 right now to.
She might like the third one because there is so many like colorful, weird characters when they're in the quantum zone.
Yeah, maybe. Although she did ask, why is he still so strong when he's an ant? When he's the size of an ant? And I'm like, that's a great question that I don't have.
In the first one.
Well, not really. They say, well, because ants are strong, but ants are strong compared to themselves, not compared to humans. So just because ants can lift 100 times their body weight doesn't mean that an ant could punch me in the face.
Right, but what they're saying is
the suit?
He still has, when he's small, he still has the same strength that he has when he's...
Well, that's a nice cheat.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed
But
it.
also doesn't make sense because when he gets real big, then he becomes real strong. So
real strong and tired. And
because he's Ant-Man. That's why. Shut up, kid.
That's what I did. I said, because he's Ant, what do you want from me? And then I was dad joking my way all through it, too. I was like, there's another one we can watch where he can turn into Slacks. Of course, he's Pant Man. So anyway, Sam Neill, they're hoping that he's going to be okay. He says he's possibly dying, but
I'm afraid that they're just going to ban Ant-Man in like Florida and Tennessee just because it sounds on the cusp of being drag.
AUNT?
Yes. I don't know how good they're at spelling down there.
Make
I feel like
Ant-Man
it's
woke
not great.
And name it Ant Them. Ant They.
Well, that's not a place you use a pronoun.
Yeah, that's not man. Is not in
You'd have
place
to-
of a pronoun. Man is
person.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
That would work for She-Hulk if you want to do They Hulk.
Them Hulk.
I finally finished She-Hulk too.
What'd you think?
Yeah, it was all right.
It's silly.
It's okay. Yeah.
I was watching Ted Lasso on Saturday. So Saturday I didn't really do much, but watched Ted Lasso. Then I saw the new Shazam with my girlfriend yesterday because she really likes Shazam, was like her favorite. So we went and saw that. It's exactly what you think it's going to be.
I never saw the first one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's silly. It's a superhero movie. It didn't break the mold or anything.
So Captain Marvel was your girlfriend's favorite superhero as a kid?
No. Like her favorite movie that she's seen.
Oh,
she's not
I thought you meant when she was a
into
kid.
it.
Okay.
No. She
Gotcha.
saw Shazam a few years
As
ago.
superhero movies go,
And
she liked
goes,
that one.
This one. I like this one a lot.
Shazam.
She just thought it was very funny.
Yeah.
And this one had a few laughs and, some decent action. Some of the CGI is a little, but overall, it was a fun movie.
Okay.
And then we went to Good Company. Have you ever been to Good Company?
Ooh, what is it?
It's just a restaurant over in Battery Park.
No, we were just over there. No, because we had brunch at Toast a couple of weeks ago, but we haven't been to Good Company. No.
Good Company is very good.
Oh yeah,
and they
hence the name.
They were like, "Do you want to hear our specials?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's hear the specials." And they had Shamrock Shakes with alcohol in it, and the alcohol that they put in it, I didn't think it would work. You'd think they would go something like bourbon or whiskey or something like that. Fernet, and the Fernet. That flavor went really, really nice with the mint flavor, and that thing was awesome.
Okay.
And then the wings are incredible.
That's just champagne, right?
Fernet?
Yeah.
No, it's like a liqueur.
Oh, okay.
It's a digestif.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was a smooth night, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, but it was a very good, and that my girlfriend got a burger, I got a steak, $20 steaks on Sunday.
Wow.
$20 steaks.
All right.
And they're good steaks. It was a nice steak.
And Bill's not even doing an ad.
No.
He just had a $20 steak.
I just had a $20 steak, and I was you can't get a $20 steak.
I've got to tell everybody about this. All right.
It was a nice date day for me and the lady.
Well, there you go. All right.
But yeah, check that place out. I think you dig
Well,
that
every time
place.
we travel somewhere, Gwen's always like, one of our preparations is we need to find a place that serves boozy milkshakes. Like we're in Toronto, we've got a place. If we're in,
Well, they got them there.
yeah, all right. Just the one?
No, they have other ones on the menu, but that was their special one that they had for St. Patrick's Day weekend, and I got the last one.
All right.
So I was pretty happy about that.
They had the machine all shut down, but then Bill Squire walked in. They go, "God, we cannot leave him hanging out there." Alan Cox Show after hours line. You can leave messages there. By the way, that was a lot of Jenna this weekend.
Oh, I bet.
But you can also use the talkback button there if you're listening on the iHeartRadio app.
Alan, Matt, and Creston, hate the show. Hey, love 2 hours of midnight. Have a VR headset. Play lots of golf on it. Once 10 o'clock hits on Saturdays, I turn on 100.7 on my Alexa and play golf till midnight and rock out with you guys. Can you give out the email so I can send in some requests for some songs I want to hear? Hate the show. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, week 2 of 2 Hours to Midnight was Saturday night. That's our new metal show. It's me, Corey Roddick, and Pat Butler. I would have never attached golf to it. Matt's out there with his VR headset on playing golf.
I've heard that's
during
really
2 Hours to
fun.
Midnight.
I haven't played that yet, but I've had some people hit me up that also have a VR headset and say it's a real fun game
To play golf.
Yeah.
Do you have to know how to play golf in real life? I mean, you got to make contact with the ball, I would assume.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just...
Huh.
Well, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there is an email. I post I can't podcast the show, but I post the playlist every week on our Facebook page. It is just 2htm@wmms.com is where local bands can submit. We threw in a couple of local bands this weekend. Played a band
Are
called...
they famous now?
I don't know if they're famous. They were, of course, very grateful that we put them on, and we're happy to help. And Drew Paria was one from Parma, and then a band called Like Tyrants out of Lakewood. Played them. They were both very good. So, yeah, local bands can submit, and if I like it, I'll work it in somewhere.
Hey, Poundcake, I'm going to send you this playlist, and then we're going to have you try and pronounce some of these names. Because
From
it's
this
always
past week?
fun. Yeah, it's always fun.
I bet he'll be able to do it.
The first one's going to get him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Don't you think so?
Well, let me go to it because I don't have
All
it
right.
pulled up here. But let me click on the
There you go,
2
Poundcake.
Hours to Midnight Facebook page. Oh, yeah. Well, I had a hard time with that when I was a kid, but
Well, he's an adult.
he is an adult, yes. But he could be forgiven for not knowing that. But we'll go through these. We'll see what he knows.
All
He won't know any of them, I don't think. But yeah, let's see. How does he? Do you have that playlist in front of you, Cody?
Yeah, I pulled it up.
Yeah.
All right, the very first one.
The Swedish guitarist.
Read the name of the song first, which is the I'll See the Light.
I'll see the light tonight.
And it's by
Yingwing Malmsteen.
I mean, not far off.
No.
You can't. Ingve Malmsteen is the guy's name. Yeah.
Yngwie Malmsteen.
Malmsteen. Yeah. Now again, I told the story during the show on Saturday night. I told the story about when I saw him open for AC/DC when I was like 13, and no one could remember his name. So we were like, I think it's Uguisti or something, or we thought he was Italian. We didn't know, but Yngwie Malmsteen is that artist's name. Yeah.
Okay.
That's really the only one.
I was
going to
say, yeah. There's no. You'll know all the other ones.
Yeah.
You'll know how to pronounce them. Anyway.
Maybe the one that's just under Black Sabbath.
Oh, Druparia?
Well, I just said it. Yeah, they're from Parma. Yeah. But they were one of the local bands we played this weekend.
I was listening to the show.
He was. He had his head right next to the speaker, 10 p.m. Saturday night. But, boy, I would have never, I guess whatever trips your trigger, man. So if he's out there playing golf in his VR headset while he's listening to 2 Hours to Midnight, that's great. I'm just curious if you need to be adept at golf in real life or if you can just whiff. You know, because friends may be like, why don't we should go out to, what do you call it? It's out by the
Top
old studio.
Golf.
Top Golf. Let's go out to Top Golf. I'm like, what's, I can make an a-hole out of myself? Like, I can't, you know, driving ranges are fun if you can make contact with the ball. I mean, that's still, I don't have a good record with that. I'm sure it takes practice like anything else, but I'm not a golfer, and it's never held any particular sway for me. So it sounds like a lot of fun. I'm sure I'll make it out there one of these days. We were all going to go before COVID hit years ago, but they had just finished that Top Golf out in Independence. But to stand there, I'm sure it's a ton of fun if, like, you're a golfer and you just, you know, getting some hits in. But if you are somebody who would be lucky to make contact with the ball, probably not so much fun. So the VR headset, I would imagine, takes the place of the old school, like dudes used to hit it into, you'd have
into like the tarp
the
thing.
projection screen or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. So VR headset, whatever you got to do. I remember years ago, we got my son a VR headset for Christmas one year when he was probably 16 or 17, and he was on it all the time. And it would go through, if you're on it for a long period of time, it would go through regular time cycles. Like it would, the environment would change in real time. So if you fell asleep, you would wake up and it would be nighttime with the goggles on. Some people like to sleep with these goggles on. That seems to be, to me, a little too hardcore. That can't be good for you to have those on, and you wake up and like the fake sun is just rising, and I don't know. But some people get really, really into that. So if that's you, good for you. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, T2HTM@WMMS.com would be the email to submit for our Saturday Night Metal Show. So thank you for listening. I have to break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com. You can leave messages on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
The new metal show here on WMMS.
Cleveland's metal show is back.
Saturday nights from 10 till midnight.
It'll be the full spectrum of metal. Industrial and thrash. We'll play local stuff and everything.
2 hours to midnight.
From 10 o'clock each Saturday night until midnight.
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
This is three-time Pro Bowler LeVar Arrington. Here's what's
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Trash radio, bud. Trash radio.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Man, people are wilding on spring break. You see what happened to Rick Allen from Def Leppard?
I didn't get beat up by somebody. Did he get beat up again?
No.
Because he got beat up by like some Avon kid,
Some
right?
kid from Avon.
Yeah.
You know who this is, Poundcake?
Didn't you say it, Rick Ashley? Astley?
Say it again?
Rick Ashley?
Rick Astley is not who I said. No, Rick Allen is the drummer for this
Rick
band.
Allen, sorry.
He was attacked. Do you know who the band is?
Just said it.
No, I missed it. Who is it?
Well, who does it sound like? These guys were on tour with Motley Crue. They were in Fort Lauderdale.
Sounds like Bon Jovi.
Def Leppard would be the band.
Def Leppard,
Yeah. Well, to the untrained ear, right, they all kind of sound the same, right? Well, anyway. Yeah, this kid from Avon who was obviously hopped up, man, on something. I guarantee you he didn't know this was Rick Allen. Because then a woman comes out of the lobby and tries to help Rick Allen, and he knocks her down. She goes running back into the hotel. This kid drags her out of the lobby by her hair. They run him down, and he's breaking car windows. So anyway.
People are so ghetto.
Somebody gave
I didn't
this
know the
kid.
Pauls had another brother.
What's that?
Hey.
Hey-o.
Jake Paul and Logan, you know. Aren't they
Max
from
Hartley. They're from Westlake. I think,
Westlake.
right?
They're Avon, that area.
But Max Hartley from putting Ohio back on the map again for something amazing. He's a former lacrosse player at St. Ignatius. He has a supremely punchable face if you see these photos of him. And he's just running around. Rick Allen, the dude's got one arm. And he's standing outside the Four Seasons. And he's having a smoke. Def Leppard's there to play a show with Motley Crue in Fort Lauderdale. At the, they were going to play at the Hard Rock. But Rick Allen, obviously, is staying at the Four Seasons. He's a rich rock star. And he only has one arm. And this kid, who's down there for spring break, they said that he was hiding behind a pillar outside the hotel and ran at Rick Allen, pushed him to the ground. Rick Allen hits his head on the ground. He wants to prosecute fully, by the way, and he should. Some woman comes out of the hotel to help him. Kid starts beating on her. She runs back into the hotel. He drags her out of the lobby by her hair.
Jeez.
So this kid was on something or I don't know what, but whoa, what a great look. So they said that, of course, the local news asked the kid, "Are you a Def Leppard fan?" These stupid questions that they ask these people. And but there's no indication that this kid knew that it was just bad luck. Wrong place at the wrong time, and more evidence that cigarettes can harm you.
Hey.
He's outside having a smoke. And this kid comes running out. But Ohio, you did it again. Get yourself some national news for something amazing.
Ohio
some
doing
douche
stuff
from
in Florida,
Avon, huh?
Right? It's the Ohio of the North doing the Florida of the North.
Yeah. Florida of the North meets the Ohio of the South. Mm-hmm. Yes?
Would that be a bad omen to you? Like if you were outside smoking and just say something strange happened, like something fell from the sky and almost hit you? Would you be like, oh, because I was outside smoking, or
well, it's coincidence.
Had I had a cigarette?
No, it's coincidence. I mean, if you hadn't been outside smoking, been in your hotel room, maybe something come through the window of your hotel room and kill you. I don't know. People have been like, boy, it sure was a good thing I was outside smoking when that bomb went off outside my hotel room. So I didn't see any indication in the write-ups of this story this kid knew who he was. He was just coincidentally the one-armed drummer from Def Leppard.
Wasn't me.
Uh-huh.
That's funny because I turned on The Fugitive the other night.
Yeah, right. From Bay Village, Ohio.
It's like the opposite.
Yeah. But poor Rick Allen, Jesus, he's just like, guys,
Just trying to have a smoke.
I'm just trying to have a smoke with my arm. He said that,
and you know how hard it is to light a cigarette when if it's windy and you only got one hand.
Yeah.
There's no blocking.
No.
You're not getting that thing lit.
No. So police arrest this kid, and Rick Allen wants to press full charges. I don't know if they canceled the show. Imagine if this kid gets the Def Leppard show canceled for that night. Because they're like, oh, this guy's got a whole, Rick Allen lost his arm 40 years ago? 40 years ago, maybe. And so rather than his career be over with Def Leppard, this band that by that time was kind of taking the world by storm, he's like, let's just create a system where I can play with one arm. And he did it, and he learned it, and there's a lot of triggers, and it's, and it's really amazing. It's fascinating. It's a true triumph of the will, and a dude that kept going. I mean, if you're a guitar player and you lose an arm, it's all over. If you're a drummer, I think, right?
No, I don't know if it is.
I'm a drummer. If I lost an arm, I could still figure this situation out. If you're a guitar player and you lose an arm,
if you're really determined, I'm sure there's ways to play, because if you're just playing the frets, you can squeeze them hard enough to do something, to make some noise, and then I'm sure you could also figure out some apparatus to do the strumming for you, or have it connected to some sort of pedal, and you do it with your foot. I'm sure there's one-armed guitar players out there.
Okay. Well, if you are one, let me know.
Tonight, fighting for his life in a Sheffield hospital.
As the car rolled, the seatbelt came undone, and the seatbelt took my arm as I was flying out through the car.
Imagine that. So he goes flying out the sunroof of the car, and the seatbelt shears his arm off. Now, this is early 80s in England when they were still, unfortunately, thank God the rules have changed. But back then, cars were still using razor wire seatbelts. Can you believe that? Oh, my God. I mean, you want to talk about...
I thought sunroofs were dangerous, but razor wire seatbelts seem way more dangerous.
Why did it take a situation like this for them to change the regulations? Guys, maybe we should use some fabric that's got some give to it instead of this concertina wire safety stuff we have. But Rick Allen was the one who brought that issue to international attention. He said, don't let there be more people like me, victims of razor wire seatbelts. It's time for this to change. And change it did. Kids today driving around with your nylon seatbelts, being all comfy. That's if you wear them. I'm a big seatbelt proponent. Kids today will never know what it was like driving around with razor wire seatbelts.
I'm sending you a few different videos of
worried that something was going to go sideways.
Of dudes playing guitar with only one hand.
Okay. Well, I'll show this to people then. Guy playing guitar with one hand in the street.
Get to preview this, so hopefully there's no swearing.
I hope so.
It should just be... Yeah.
All you need is one hand and the heart of a gold, and you can fucking play the
guitar. Anyway, there we go. Okay. There's got to be, right? We can't have anything nice. Guy's playing a guitar with one hand, and some guy's got to walk up and drop the F-bomb.
Yeah.
Calm down. Jesus. That's all you need, man. All right.
He was excited.
Anyway, that was a guy who was playing with one arm.
I sent you another one of it. This one I don't think.
Oh, yeah?
There's no dial. He's in a studio by himself, so
okay.
I doubt that there's anybody walking up going, "Hey, you're an effing hero."
Well, unless his song is called "Go F Yourself, I Lost My Arm" or something like that. But.
He's playing Sputnik.
All right. So you kind of strum on the frets then, is what you're saying, yeah. He's picking and not grinning. All right, well, there you go. God bless.
Yeah, you can do it.
You know Al Di Meola, but it's pretty good. Andres Godoy. Well, good for him. So anyway, Rick Allen from Def Leppard gets assaulted by some kid from Avon. And they posted a photo of, all these articles had photos of the kid, like in his dumb lacrosse outfit or whatever from St. Ig. And one picture of him and his mom look like the cast of Chris Lee Knows Best. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But people were like, Alan, did you see what happened with Def Leppard? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. So, yeah, they were, I think at the time of that Rick Allen crash, there was a doctor or somebody who drove by or something. I don't know, try to help, but what are you going to do? And they went and found his arm. I don't know. Rick Allen already was a victim of arm robbery. Listen, yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Armless guitar players who play with their feet.
That'd be impressive.
Listen, it's the triumph of the human spirit. I understand. But yes, Rick Allen, as somebody points out, single-handedly changed the seatbelt laws. Yes, along those ways. But anyway, I love to see when Ohio pops up. I go, oh, because I've been here a while now. So I'm always looking for good news out of the Buckeye State. I go, hey.
This is your home. This is where you're from now.
Well, that's where I live, isn't from. But, I mean, it's where my child is from, right? My child, born.
Transitive property.
Is that what it is?
Sure.
All right, yeah. So, right. So I want her to be proud, And I guess pride comes from your own accomplishments, not where you're from. But she also pointed out to me, my child on the way to school, today's the first day of spring. And the first thing I thought was, oh, it's going to make Bill Squire mad. First day of spring, traditionally around these parts, does not make our young Bill Squire very happy because it's a bad time for him. And I assume that hasn't changed.
I have allergies. And spring means the allergies come full force.
But it's not like flipping a light switch on.
No, that's why I posted this on my Instagram today, where spring doesn't start until my allergies show up. That's when it's spring. Right. You can't just say, oh, it's March 20th. It's spring today. There's nothing outside that's making it spring. Spring is when pollen starts, as I say in my video, effing my face.
Mm-hmm.
That's when it's spring.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, today's the first day of Bill getting his face effed.
By pollen.
Yeah. That's how I like to think of it. Yeah. Alan, if you think that's impressive, I can play the trumpet without my mouth. Oh, boy.
Oh.
I've heard that before, too. Mm-hmm. That might be a sousaphone.
The only thing that really helps my allergies, though.
What's that?
Is when people buy tickets for my shows at the Funny Stop, March 31st and April 1st. For whatever reason, that makes my
that'll
allergies
help
go
your
away.
Allergies?
I mean, sure, why not?
Really?
Because I can afford a lot more Zyrtec.
Oh, that's what it is. Well, please then, by all means, contribute to
really
Bill
load
Squire's Zyrtec bill. Yes.
Yeah. Tickets are selling pretty well, though.
Is that what you use, Zyrtec? Is that what the one with the owl? Is that what hooked
I
you
usually
in?
get whatever the generic version of that is, though. But yeah,
all right.
I like that one.
Okay.
Because it doesn't leave me drowsy. Like at Benadryl, you're just like, you're all histamined up.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't know. For whatever reason, Zyrtec is the one that has worked the best for me.
Okay.
Over the years. You're lucky you don't.
And you don't have to have that prescribed.
No. I just get that over the counter. When I was younger, I had a prescription. It was real bad. That's one of the reasons I hated being in Boy Scouts and going camping, because in the spring they'd send me on these camp outs, and even with allergy medicine, I was still miserable.
You're assaulted with pollen.
Yeah,
what is it? Sneezing and watery eyes and the whole thing?
Sneezing, but uncontrollable sneezing.
Wow.
I remember this one time we were at a camp out, and we get there and we're setting up the tents, and my eyes are just watering, and I have a full-blown allergy attack. It's not just a few sneezes here and there. I can't stop sneezing.
Okay.
And there's just snot running out of my nose, and I can't breathe. And one of the scoutmasters is just like, try drinking some water. I'm like, they're like, you just tough it out. It'll stop soon. I'm like, I'm dying.
You couldn't have been the only kid with allergies.
I just
Seems
had them
pretty
the worst.
common, yeah.
When it comes to like those seasonal allergies, and I'm like, I'm going to not be able to breathe the entire time I'm here. Can I just go home? And so luckily they were able to contact my mom, and she came and got me.
Yeah, I was going to say, that seems to be a pretty
Couldn't do
legit
it.
way to get yourself out of Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts or whatever. You're like, hey, I can't see anything, and all I'm doing
I just
is
got
sneezing.
out of that one camp out. They still made me go for the rest of my life, but not the rest of my life, but until I was an Eagle Scout. And
That
then,
was such
I hated it.
That was such a plus when you were actually sick in school that you actually got to go home, because there was a lot of times where I just lied.
Never
I didn't
happened to me.
I didn't say I didn't feel like being there, and I'm like, oh, I have a tummy ache, and I'm like, I lay down in the nurse's office for like an hour and a half, and they're like, if you're not feeling any better, then you should probably go home. And my mom's a nurse, so she ain't play that. She's like, give him some medicine. He ain't like, I'm at work, I gotta work. I'm getting ready to go into work at 6 p.m. No, and so. But when I was legitimately sick, like when I would throw up or when I would have a headache or I would have a temperature, my mom had to come get me. I'm like, yes, I get the whole day off, and probably tomorrow too. It was the best.
So how was your mom able to determine when you were legit sick and when you were just faking it? You had a tummy ache.
If I didn't have a temperature, like if the people in the office would like, give me a temperature, the school nurse or whatever would assess me, and she's like, he doesn't have a temperature or anything, he just says he has a stomach ache, and she's like, no, he's fine, tell him to go back to class, tell him to eat something, give him some crackers. My mom did not care, because if I had to bring her up into the school with her curlers and her moo-moo on, there was going to be some problems.
Curlers and moo-moo.
Here's a little tip for you now, Poundcake. If you ever want to convince someone that you're absolutely sick, just have diarrhea in the tub. If you do diarrhea in the tub, no one's going to question whether or not how you're feeling.
No, they're too busy screaming at you for having diarrhea in the tub, because now
they know you're sick.
They know you're sick. That's right.
Sick.
Yep. That's right.
You can't do like the can of soup in the toilet that'd be like, oh, I threw up. Vegetable soup. No, you had diarrhea in the tub. Works every time.
Vegetable soup in the toilet. That was the hack. That was the fake puke.
Yeah, that was.
Was it?
Yeah, you put vegetable soup into the. And be like, oh, I threw up.
And once I started,
Well, wouldn't they go? When did you have vegetable soup?
Yeah, well, because it looked enough like.
Oh, I see.
Chewed up food.
Yeah, but Oh, I see. It's got bits of carrot in it and peas. They go, when did you have carrots and peas? You go, stop, Mom. Your mom's like, I cook all the meals around here. I didn't make you carrots and. What is that, shepherd's pie?
I never.
We didn't have that.
I never had to do that, because when I said I was sick, my mom basically would be like, fine.
They had enough to contend with.
Yeah, there's 4 other kids. They're like, whatever. They're like, you're a lost cause. What? We can't deal with you.
They were Ferris Buellering you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, my mom, she always knew. And it kind of made things worse when I was older, because then I got to drive myself home.
Oh, that was the best, when I'd be like, hey, Mom, I don't feel good. And she's like, fine, drive yourself home. And I'm like, yes, I will.
Well, I don't think, like, I wouldn't get a call. I think once I was in high school and I was able to drive myself home, they didn't have to ask my mom if I could come home. I would just come home, and then they would say, your child, like, it would be like an automatic voicemail or something like, your child has missed this day, and, please mark yes if you received your child.
If you received
your
child.
And I would be home, so I'd be like, dink. I would press the button and be like, thank you for your confirmation, and we hope to see Cody in school tomorrow.
And do you have to check in with the you had to check in with like the front office or anything like that? Hey, we're leaving. I'm leaving.
Well, if I would go to the office, they were like, you can go home, but then I would drive home. But the office would mark that, and it would send like a notification home, like an automated system, to let the parent know that your child was gone. And because I knew that, and I knew around what time she'd get it, I'd be like, let me see your cell phone real quick, Mom. And then I'm like, all right.
Wow, what a move. I never got to do that.
But again, I didn't do it very often. I wasn't a skip school type of guy, because I didn't like having makeup work. I knew if I missed school, I would have to make up the homework for the time that I missed.
Well, yeah, but that's not what concern Bill would have.
No,
I was gonna say,
because if you don't do the makeup work, and then they realize that they have no power over you, then they just go
power over you.
Yeah, no. See,
You have no power over me, Satan.
Kids that didn't care about their schoolwork, yeah, there's no power. Like, a suspension to them is a vacation.
Right. You can't negotiate with terrorists.
I'm like, I got suspended. We have a quiz coming up. Like, does that mean I get an F for the quiz? Can I take the quiz home? They're like, no, because the other kids didn't get to take their quiz home. I'm like, oh, man. Like, so I never did that. I never was, like, suspended. I got suspended off the bus once. And it was for fighting. I had to throw hands at someone.
See, that's where my mom would get mad. If I got in trouble and kicked off the bus and she had to drive me to school, that's where she would be upset. As long as I was, because that inconvenienced her at a higher level.
Because she'd have to what, pick you up or what?
Yeah, pick me up and drive me to school.
I see. Huh. Well, we got driven to school every day, and I never missed a day of school.
Wow.
So, yeah, I just,
I used to have Cody days. I'm like, Mom, I just don't feel like
I wouldn't have even known what to do if I was at home sick. Like,
How about Jerry Springer?
Oh, Jerry Springer?
Amari.
I mean, huh?
Yeah, you would have watched Jerry Springer or Amari. That's what was on
That
when we
was
were at school.
not when he was a kid.
No, not when I was a kid. I mean, what am I going to watch? I don't know. We didn't have cable. We didn't have Atari. I mean, we didn't,
They didn't have.
I was having more
reruns yet. He's that old.
I was having more fun in school. It's like what my mom wasn't working. Like what? I'm gonna sit there at home with my mom. I mean, I love my mom, but my kid. I'm gonna say all my friends are at school. What am I doing at home? I got a break. Well, I have Cavs tickets for you. Let me find out who they're playing here. Cavs in town to play the Indiana Pacers. It's gonna be Sunday the 2nd. At the Romo Fijo, it's Autism Acceptance Night, brought to you by the Cleveland Clinic. So, get you a couple of tickets for that coming back if you're interested. Otherwise, you can send a text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you
parents. Listen to Party Cruise, spelled CREWS, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, it's time to give stuff away.
I want to go see your Cleveland Cavaliers on the floor. They're taking on the Indiana Pacers Sunday, April the 2nd. That is 1 week from this coming Sunday at the Romo Fijo. It's also Autism Acceptance Night, presented by Cleveland Clinic Children's and Culture City. All the info at Cavs.com for any and all games and events. A couple of tickets here for you. Cavs, Pacers on Sunday the 2nd. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Cavs in Brooklyn to play the Nets back-to-back tomorrow night and then I think Friday night. But they don't have much more basketball to be played in the regular season. Tomorrow night and Thursday night would be Cavs Nets in Brooklyn, 7:30 tip-off for both of those games. We'll be talking about Guardians baseball very, very soon here on the regular. The MLB opening day is a week from this Thursday. And then the 7th is the Guardians home opener. They are playing the Seattle Mariners for both of those games. So the home opener is a 4:05 first pitch on April the 7th. And hopefully we'll be out somewhere that we can tell you about very, very soon. A lot of brackets busted. I think Virginia busted most people's brackets.
Arizona.
Yeah. I made some money. Have you made any money on some of these?
I didn't put any money on it.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
I made money on Michigan State over Marquette. That was an upset because Michigan State is where my money goes, so I always bet on them. And I made money on Pitt. I think they played Iowa State. I put my money on both of those, and both of those busted people's brackets.
I wouldn't have made any money even if I had bet money because my bracket is trash. I mean,
I think everybody says by now, right? I was reading about some guy who, for whatever reason, put down $3,000 on Furman, and he got $495,000 payout or something.
Good for him.
Furman Paladins. Well, I'd never even heard of Furman, or maybe it was one of the other ones. This guy just put thousands of dollars on some team. It was FDU or something. And he ended up with almost $500,000. But Furman were the ones that knocked Virginia out. They were number 4 seed, and Furman was number 13.
They get it into Beekman on the right side. His three on the way. No! No! And Furman wins it! Furman wins it!
By 1 point. 68-67.
Then FDU beating Purdue.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even a buzzer beater. That was just like, I mean, they just flat out won that game.
FDU didn't have a band, so the University of Dayton band had to play for them.
Lively for FDU, but that is Dr. Willie Morris, who is the pep band director.
Look at this guy.
FDU, of course,
Hold on.
they don't have a band, so they asked
Look at Dr. Willie Morris.
about half the band was able to show up on Wednesday because it's spring break.
Yeah, it's spring break. So
I only got 2 teams left in my Final Four, Texas and Alabama.
Fairleigh Dickinson's director of media relations is a junior at the school, so he's got a lot of stuff to do. Tom Izzo, the coach of Michigan State, got emotional after their upset victory over Marquette.
What's bringing you to tears right now?
Yeah, it's been a long year, but really proud of those guys. They hung in there. Shaka's got a hell of a team. He does a hell of a job. We just finally made some plays. You know, our defense got a little better.
Buddy of mine goes to Marquette. Or doesn't go to Marquette. He's a Marquette alum. And he was one of the first people I texted. Like, Saka! How do you like that? Arkansas upsets Kansas. That's an 8 seed against a 1 seed. Arkansas's coach tore his shirt off and was swinging it around his head.
It's exciting.
Yeah, I made money on Pitt knocking off Iowa State. Pitt was an 11 seed and Iowa State was a 6. So yeah, there was a lot of brackets busted this weekend for people who pay attention to that stuff.
Bracket busters.
Oh boy. So yeah, what are you gonna do? There's money to be made. Of course, I made mine on FanDuel. But yeah. And of course, I put some money on Northwestern, my alma mater. Of course, they got. I picked them to beat Boise State, which they did. They beat Boise State, but I made the fatal mistake of hanging on. I made the fatal mistake of thinking, hey, let's see if these guys can beat the odds like so many other
go
teams.
On a run, yeah.
Yep. Nope. Lost by 5 to UCLA. But that's okay. That's the fun of it. Is figuring out what's Poundcake and I on St. Patty's Day over there at the Clevelander when we were all together. Poundcake and I, we were, boy, you might have walked in and seen us. We had our phones out, and we were just meticulously going over our bet slips and our brackets. And he, what?
Poundcake.
What?
His nonplus.
I'm watching. What do you mean?
No, I know. He and I were going over our bet slips, and I think he made a little bit of money too. He was chastising some of my picks and vice versa. But got a good head on his shoulders.
Just good luck, I guess.
Uh-huh. Yep. Just good luck. Because how much did you end up making on the on that Virginia upset game?
Oh.
You made like $5,000 on that, didn't you?
Oh, no, not that much.
Oh,
it was
$50?
It was like $1,200.
$1,200?
Yeah.
All right. Is it true that they shut down the MMS bar tab, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they shut it down pretty early.
Did they really?
I'd say probably around like 12 or 1 o'clock.
It
had to be a little bit later than that.
I was going to say it was probably like one or two.
They blew through that much beer?
I think it was by the time Pants got there, they had shut it down a little bit. So I think he got one. So I think
because
it was 2 or 3 o'clock.
I was running a tab, and I told people to be on my tab, and that's why. And somebody said, like, Dieter left because they told him the tab was closed or something. I'm like, that's why I told everybody to get on my tab. But judging from when I signed my slip,
other people listened.
Some people, some people did, but not as many as I had told. Yeah. I was like, I don't know what this. They're giving us wristbands that say iHeart on them. I don't know what the hell this is. I had already opened the tab.
I said, "Can I get a claw on the tab?" And they're like, "I think that'll be okay. No one wants
on mine or the company."
No, this was on the company tab, but I asked the bartender, and she was like, "Beer only." I said, "No claws," and she said, "You can have claws."
She just didn't want to make you feel bad.
Well, whatever. I think I was the only one ordering them, so it was fine. I was like, "I'm not going to clean you out." I had maybe like 6 or 7.
Right. I heard from some of our bureau chiefs out Phoenix way that went to that Taylor Swift show. And I don't have a dog in the Taylor Swift fight. I think obviously she's a talented artist, but this thing is as advertised is what is the rap on this show.
I heard the bitch went swimming.
By the bitch, are you still referring to Taylor Swift?
Yeah, like she went swimming underneath the stage.
She got wet?
I
or
guess.
They made it look like she was underwater, like one of those fake, like, mermaid screens or something.
Maybe it was a mermaid screen, but she just dives underneath the stage, and then it's like...
Oh, maybe she did.
I know she can't hold her breath that long.
She broke the Madonna record. Madonna had the record that was the most tickets sold by a female artist. And she held that record until Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift sold 69,000 tickets at the kickoff there in Glendale, Arizona. That's where the football team plays, right?
Yeah.
Was that where the Super Bowl was?
Yeah, I think so.
So,
pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's very impressive. She did 3 hours. That's like she did like a Springsteen show. And if you set that precedent, it's not like you can go to the next city and do 90 minutes.
Right.
I mean, you want to have
That's the show. That's the show that they're doing on tour.
Yeah,
Sure.
if you want to come shot out of a cannon, that's a cool thing to do on opening night. But she did 44 songs in 3 hours, and that's a lot of. Boy, I couldn't name you 5 Taylor Swift songs.
I bet you could.
I know the ones that everybody else knows.
All right,
I know the
let's go
big
through 'em.
ones.
All right. Start with one.
Bad Blood.
Okay, that's
right.
one. Yeah.
We Are Never Getting Back Together. Is that one?
Yeah, I believe
Yes.
What's the
That's
one with the
2.
goat in it? Trouble?
Yep.
Yep.
Ooh, that
Okay.
is
3.
my shrimp. Love that song.
Another Taylor Swift song. See, the thing is, these are songs that I've probably heard in stores, but didn't know it was her and wouldn't know the name of it. Am I missing an obvious one? There's like a big popular one that.
I mean, there's like that new one that gets played.
There was the what's the new one? Because I think I heard them playing something here in our kitchen, and I go, "Oh, this is a pretty good song. Who is this?"
Yeah,
I think I Shazammed it, and it was Taylor Swift.
It's me. That's the one where she's like, "It's me. I'm the problem. It's me."
Oh, maybe that was it. Yeah, I don't think that I don't know that I've.
Which one did you say so far?
Bad Blood, Trouble.
Trouble.
We're never getting back together
Okay.
again. Never ever are we going to do that.
Is that what that song is even called? I don't know either.
Yes, we are never ever getting back together.
Okay.
Okay. And then she wrote one about what was the one she did on SNL where she was crying about Jake Gyllenhaal not coming to her birthday party? What was that one?
Yeah, that funny one, Poundcake. One that makes you laugh your ass off.
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
I know the one she sings about Taylor Lautner was Back to September.
Hey, I don't know that.
Back to September.
That ain't helping out at
Well,
all.
back to
I like
to
how he
December.
sings it in this weird octave.
Yeah.
That, like that's going to jog my memory. You Belong With Me, is that an old song?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
old.
looking at him now. Well, that one I might know. So I probably know 4 songs.
You know what's the t-shirt short skirt? That was like her. One of her
Oh
early
yeah,
hits.
I'll Be Your Juliet. You're My Romeo. I'll Be
Yeah.
Your Juliet.
You belong with me.
Is that what it is? I've heard that one. Well, anyway, I would be completely lost over the course of 3 hours and
Oh, yeah, for
44
sure.
songs. I mean, I would,
Like every once in a while, I'd be like, this one.
Right.
But, yeah. Meanwhile, everybody else has the lyrics carved into their arms.
Well, and
'cause they're
listen,
that hardcore about Taylor Swift.
I can appreciate a spectacle too. So it's one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't be averse if somebody's like, hey, I have an extra ticket for Taylor Swift. Do you want to go? I'd put my odds at 50-50. But like people that were like, oh, those listeners that texted last week and they were like, yeah, we're spending $1,000 on hotels
hotel
out
room,
there.
yeah.
And we got tickets. And that's the thing that sucks too, is that all the bots scoop up all the tickets and then sell them back to you for $400 a piece for any artist.
Mm-hmm.
I got a text from a friend of mine in Pittsburgh this morning. She goes, oh my God, we want to go to the Cure or Blossom, and it's all sold out. I go, I guarantee you it's not sold out. The bots scooped it up, and now they're going to kick it back to, Robert
Right.
Smith was complaining about Ticketmaster. I guarantee all the bots scooped them up, and they're going to sell them back to you for $400 a pop.
Yeah.
I mean, God bless the Cure. I like them. They ain't selling out a shed in 2 hours in 2023. There ain't that many Gen Xers running around.
I can't think of an artist today that I would pay that amount of money for. There's not.
Celine Dion.
But I didn't pay that. I got those tickets free from the station.
We're not talking about free tickets. We're talking about if you would pay.
But I wouldn't.
You wouldn't, okay.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't pay. The reason why I loved it so much was because I honestly went to that concert for free, and then I got on the floor for free. It
So
was
what you're
all
saying is there's all of these artists that you say you love, there isn't one of them that you would spend money to see.
Not crazy money.
No, yeah.
Well, what constitutes crazy money?
I if I have to spend more than $100 on a ticket, I'm not. No, I'm
Okay.
not. I'm not spending.
I guess
hundreds
it's a
of,
life of seeing Bill Squire for you then.
Yeah, like I'd kick out like $50 to $60
They're
per ticket.
$15 to $20 most of the time.
Well, someday when
I
those
paid
Bill
to see your
Squire
show.
someday when those Bill Squire tickets cost $100, and the rubber's gonna have to hit the road there.
No more pound cake.
No
then he knows
more
it's-
pound cake. He
at least-
peeled off.
At least he knows it's not personal because the artists that I love, I haven't even paid for that.
I definitely appreciate that.
I was gonna say, like Ariana Grande didn't pay for, Justin Bieber didn't pay for. I had to, go shopping at Tower City for those tickets. That a friend of mine, she's like,
So if you don't get a free ticket, you ain't going.
I didn't say that. I'm not paying crazy amount of money. Like
Crazy money, okay.
I'm not gonna spend my vacation money on a concert because I've been let down. Like I was so excited to see that Purpose tour show with Justin Bieber, and I was like, ugh. Like, it wasn't. It was an hour and a half of him doing a little half-ass choreography and then singing songs that I was like, I already know. I went to go see Usher. He didn't even sing the songs that I like. I'm like, man, this is butt. I was so mad.
Man, this is butt.
Celine Dion was all exceeded my expectations, and I would have paid for that show, not for the seats that I had, because the seats I had probably were several $100s, but I would have still gone.
Any amount of money, any amount of snow that falls on the ground, and my daughter wants to put her snowsuit on and play in the backyard because it's been such a mild winter. And so there was some snow on the ground yesterday. I mean, it was more than a dusting. It wasn't 2 feet, but out where we were, there was some snow. And so we got home from soccer practice, and she goes, I want to go in the backyard. Oh, okay. Sun's coming out, but she's in a snowsuit, and there's plenty of snow to kind of run around in. While we're out there, Gwen is in the house doing some things, and when I come in to hit the head, she's blasting like 90s, 2000s emo or whatever.
Nice.
She's playing like Blink, and she's playing Goldfinger, and she's playing. And as I walk in, she's playing Panic at the Disco.
Ooh, the best punk band of all time.
And that's all I can think. This is Poundcake's favorite, that goddamn Door song.
Oh, yeah, I write 6 tracks.
Whatever. The most pretentious songs ever of all time. And, I mean,
I was watching this documentary about a guy in the hardcore scene, like hardcore punk scene yesterday, and I have to give this documentary a 0 out of 5 stars because they didn't even mention Panic at the Disco once.
Not one time.
How are you going to talk about punk music and not talk about Panic at the Disco? Poundcake's favorite punk band.
Yeah. So, but that was all I could think was, this is Poundcake's favorite. And that's what anytime I hear a song from him, that's what I'll think. Oh, this is Poundcake's favorite punk band.
As you should.
I'm so sad they're retiring, but again, I can't be that big of a fan because I did not pay to go see their show.
Will you see the reunion tour? When it's him and a reunion of one guy, when it's him and a bunch of dudes he hires to go on the road with him.
Depends if we got comp tickets from the station. I don't know.
You'll hit your head on the ceiling with those iHeart tickets.
Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe I'll do the same thing and get lucky. And I mean, that probably would never happen again in my lifetime because it just so happened that there was floor seats right next to the stage available.
Yeah.
No one scooped those up for Celine Dion's first tour in 10 years.
Yeah.
So that's fine. I'm good with that. But again, there's not an artist like I wouldn't pay a crazy money to see Drake or The Weeknd or even Lady Gaga. I would have to think. Like, even a hologram of Michael Jackson or Whitney Houston, no.
Well, that's not a real person, so I understand why you wouldn't do that. A hologram.
Yeah, no. I would. It
What
would have
about
to
a clone? If they cloned Whitney Houston, she could sing the same way. Would you go see that?
No.
Would you pay? You wouldn't pay the top dollar to see the Whitney Houston clone?
The ghost of Whitney Houston?
But I would pay. I know this sounds weird, but I would probably pay for a meet and greet, like an actual
with a hologram.
No.
Oh.
But a clone meet and greet where she isn't actually Whitney Houston. She can just sing like her. She doesn't have like the memories and stuff.
No, that's demonic.
Oh, stop.
But you want to meet her
demonic.
still.
But it wouldn't be her. It would be the clone of Whitney Houston, and that's demonic.
Why is it demonic?
Because it's not really her.
What does that have to do? What makes it demonic?
You can't manufacture her soul, and you're trying.
We're not talking about his soul.
We're talking about her voice.
No.
Souls are all made up anyway. They took her body and they reconstituted her DNA, and that's Whitney. For all intents and purposes, that's Whitney Houston.
I will watch a concert tour like I usually do.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's fair enough. I got to take a break. If you're on hold, I'll grab you on the way back. If you are not, well, that's a thing too. 35192 if you want to text and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
On St. Patty's Day, a TV weather girl in Philadelphia made a weird comment about her co-host Jessica Boynton. Listen to this.
Thursday, partly sunny skies. And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess.
She means beer. She means beer. She means beer. Don't put me on YouTube.
That Jessica Boynton, I want she's related to the great Gregory Boynton, former famous World War II Marine pilot.
You're going to follow her today on Twitter. I know it.
Yes, he is.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
As a parent, all you really want is peace of mind.
So if something was disturbing the peace in theirs, trust the hands that specialize in neurological care. Hands like ours at Cleveland Clinic Children's, Northeast Ohio's nationally ranked and locally trusted children's hospital. So when their health needs a helping hand, put their care in hands you trust. Learn more at clevelandclinicchildrens.org/hands.
Hi, it's Bill Wills with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, it's the Jeep Celebration event.
That's right, Bill. Search our wide selection of new 2022 and 2023 model year Jeeps. Then, take your pick and save. See examples at Claiborne.com.
Rich Claiborne's been doing business in Northeast Ohio for 50 years now. Wow.
Bill, it's the people. Thank you to our quality team members who truly care and our loyal customers who put their trust in Claiborne every day.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.29%, APR 6.38% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Buy your home with Third Federal now. And when rates go back down, you can refinance anytime in the next 3 years for free. Rate lock renews automatically to current rate after 60 days or anytime upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $200,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Charlie, and you've got to try the new Monster Energy Zero Sugar. It's 100% Monster with none of the sugar. So check it out. Right now, you can stop by any area Circle K store now through March 31st. Scan the Monster QR code for a chance to win an exclusive Monster fridge and a 1-year supply of the new Zero Sugar Monster Energy. And it doesn't stop there. I've got a bunch of Monster branded hoodies, thermals, and flap hats for runners-up. Try new Monster Zero Sugar, available at Circle K today.
You're gonna love this house, Sergeant Riley.
Just look at these high ceilings.
The upstairs is even better. City lights right from your window.
Upstairs? I don't see any stairs.
Oh, just strap on this harness and climb right up.
Up this rock climbing wall.
There's no field manual for finding the right home. But when you do, USAA Homeowners Insurance can help protect it the right way. Like saving up to 15% with our claims-free discount if you haven't filed a claim in 5 years, even if you've been with another provider. Learn more today at usaa.com/insuremyhome. Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. Discounts vary by location and may not be available in all states. Restrictions apply. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
You can do amazing things on the internet, like watch goats ride scooters, or get 50% off any Domino's pizza. You can check in on your ex, or get 50% off all Domino's pizzas. Your aunt can like all of your photos from 3 years ago, or you can get 50% off every pizza right now at Domino's.com. This week, it's the best thing on the internet. Get 50% off all Domino's menu price pizzas when you order online this week only. Online only through March 26th at participating locations. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Offer applies to the pizza portion of your order only.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers the best parts for your next repair. Has cold weather taken a toll on your car's battery? If your battery is weak or dead, trust the power, performance, and reliability of SuperStart batteries, available exclusively at O'Reilly. Visit your new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Avon on Center Road across from JCPenney today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For people in Cleveland looking to buy a home, Bank of America is right here. We're here for business owners thinking about their next move and for students looking to build their emergency savings. Whatever your goals, Bank of America is right here with one-on-one guidance. Get started at our financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do?
Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America and a member FTC equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Classic Toyota in Mentor is accredited and A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Shop Classic Toyota on the Auto Campus in Mentor for amazing customer service, selection, and a knowledgeable staff. Classic Toyota is the only place to get your new or pre-owned Toyota. Online at driveclassictoyota.com.
Did you know that just one Orange Theory fitness class could keep you burning calories for the next 24 hours? Science-backed, technology-tracked, and coach-inspired workouts designed for everyone. Go to orangetheoryfitness.com to get your first class free.
Chipotle's new Chicken Al Pastor is where fire meets flavor. Starting with chicken fresh off the grill, combined into a rich marinade of seared morita peppers and ground achiote, balanced with a splash of pineapple for the right amount of heat, and finished with fresh lime and hand-cut cilantro. Chipotle's new Chicken Al Pastor is fire on every level. Only available for a limited time. Order now in the app for pickup or delivery. Chipotle, for real.
At the United States Postal Service, we're reinventing our network to help keep your business moving. With new shipping options to deliver better value, greater flexibility to conveniently reach your customers, more confident shipping with new informed delivery features, and new electric vehicles for a cleaner, brighter future. Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/movingforward.
College basketball fans know it's the best time of the year to win big. So go big with a sportsbook made for college basketball. Download the Tipico Sportsbook app now and claim a 125% deposit match and compete in our college basketball betting leaderboard, where you can battle for your share of $500,000 in bets on us. It's time to dance, Ohio. Do it with Tipico Sportsbook now. Must be 21 or older and physically located in Ohio. Terms and conditions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Alan. If you've had your eye on a new Volkswagen, now is the time to shop classic Volkswagen in Mentor. They're right on Tyler Boulevard at Route 615 there in Mentor. You can lease a brand new 2023 VW Atlas V6 SE Tech 4Motion. Only $599 a month for 39 months. Talk to my buddy Mike Urban out there, Classic Volkswagen, right on the Classic Auto Campus. Great lease offer on a new 2023 VW Atlas. You can shop the full inventory online at driveclassicvw.com.
VIN 1V2KR2CA80C50070. 39 months lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. Financing through Volkswagen Credit. Offer ends 3/31/23.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7.
With a band called, what are they called? The Sad something? Oh, the Twilight Sad. The Cure with special guest, the Twilight Sad. On Sunday, June the 11th, out at BlossomLiveNation.com. Has got info for you. A couple of tickets here for you. You call her 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to send a text to me. I'll see them there. If you listen on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where. I'd like to know where people are. And thank you, by the way, to Corey Crapster, who's helping out back there in the video department today. after what I can only imagine was a very alcohol-fueled weekend. It's nice that we were able to find anybody to come in and work on a Monday. First day of spring, but leave it to Corey Crapster to show up when the showing up gets good. Hey, brother ADX. Whoop, hold on, let me pick you up.
Doing, man?
How are you?
I'm doing good. When I got to the Cleveland there on Friday about 1 o'clock, you were kind of hammered. And so I came up to you and I asked you, I said, the bar asked me to cut you off. And then do you remember what you said?
Well, I don't remember. No, the bar didn't ask to cut me off. I wasn't that hammered. I think they were talking about, that must have been when the iHeart tab was getting cut off.
No, ATR.
No.
He was trying to play a prank on you.
What I was saying.
What happened?
I just said it was funny. This is how I know you're a natural comedian. I said they told me that you're cut off, and you said, "How can that be? I have an open tab."
That's how I'm a natural, Bill. I nailed it. Natural. That's right. Yeah. Well, I guess that I wasn't trying to be funny. I was curious where.
Hey, but do you still play drums?
Well, I haven't for a minute just because I don't have the time to do it, but I am a drummer, yes.
Okay, good for you.
Oh, my God.
My question was, can you play Tom Sawyer on the drums?
Yes, I can.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, because I play that.
I think a lot of people who've been playing the drums a long time can probably play that song, yes.
All right, cool. We got to get together and jam sometime.
All right. Well, thank you for coming out on Friday, Brother ADX.
Oh, no problem, man. It was a blast.
All right. Thank you, sir. There's Brother ADX, who, isn't that a natural, I wasn't sure what he thought I was being funny. That's a natural reaction. If somebody says, hey, cut you off, I go, well, I got an open tab. They're not going to cut me off. Yeah. Okay,
and also, like, you weren't, he thought it was funny, so that's all that matters.
No,
right?
that's fine. I mean, I wasn't trying to be funny. I mean, again, there was a lot of back and forth too because I was.
And
still
I didn't
doing
say you were funny. I just said he thought you were funny.
Right. The perception was. That's right. Fair enough. He thought I was in that moment. Yeah, Friday was pretty wild.
It was a good time.
Yeah, it was fun. But it was a lot of running around and But it was a good time. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. This is a town in Pennsylvania. Did I make that clear? Pottsville, Pennsylvania is in the middle of nowhere there in the state. It's actually not too far. It's probably about half an hour away from a town called Shamokin. Does Shamokin sound familiar to you?
Yeah, it's where the Mask always wanted to go.
Shamokin. Yeah, right. Not the Mask. They did get a nice shout out in that movie in the early 90s. No, Shamokin was the news coverage of when their Dunkin' Donuts
that's right.
burned.
The best.
There was a 13-year-old girl who was going through some things, and she burned down the bathroom of the local Dunkin' Donuts, or Dunkin' Donuts, as they call it there in central PA. And Pottsville isn't that far from Shamokin. People there were crestfallen when they couldn't go to the Dunkin' Donuts anymore.
Now I have to rely on myself to go to maybe a Turkey Hill or something where I don't like their donuts. I rather the donuts at Dunkin' Donuts. And I'm kind of dealing with it, but I really miss Dunkin' Donuts.
I go there every day. I get a chicken bacon croissant, or I get some coffee, Powerade if I'm dehydrated. I sit there all the time. If I have any legal work that I need to do, I go there. I meet with my attorneys there.
I'm gonna miss that place if they don't open up. Yeah, a lot of my friends go in there, get the cold coffee, iced coffee, I guess it's called.
Cold coffee.
Iced coffee, I guess it's called. I like that middle guy because he thought he was doing a commercial for Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, I meet my attorney there. If I'm dehydrated.
He said attorneys.
Yeah.
Attorneys.
If I have some.
If I have legal work.
I like it's if I have, bro, you got lots of legal work.
I was like, I don't have just attorney on call, bink.
Unless you're a paralegal. Anyway, that's Shamokin, but about half an hour away is Pottsville. And for those of you who, I don't know, maybe I always try to put this information out there and some people will go, well, that might be dangerous to have that information out there. not for budding embezzlers or whatever. There's a woman named Camille Yoder right there in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. And she's gotten charged with stealing money from a cancer fundraising event. And this was going to happen at the Sunny Rod and Gun Club. And she hosted a pulled pork fundraiser for a person suffering from cancer. If you've ever, whether you suffer from cancer yourself, maybe you're in remission. My father died last summer from a form of cancer. If you've ever known someone to be afflicted by this, you know how much they love pulled pork. In fact, I think that no less than our own Cleveland Clinic has scientists working around the clock to try to figure out what that commonality is. Is there any way that we can reverse engineer cancer sufferers' love of pulled pork into, dare I say it, a cure? So Camille Yoder there in Pottsville was going to be, she put together a pulled pork fundraiser and contacted a chef who had prepared enough for 80 sandwiches. And she was going to, they were going to sell them with coleslaw and a baked potato for $15 each. Listen to that. You get a pulled pork sandwich, coleslaw, and a baked potato, $15 each, and you're helping a cancer patient.
That's reasonable.
So
and a good cause.
All kinds of people donated this money, thinking, as you would, that this is going toward the patient. And so the victim's family hit her up to ask about the money that had been raised, and she only gave them $600. There was $780 left over, and her defense, after being charged, was that she blamed it on the rising price of the coleslaw.
Oh, coleslaw prices are out of control right now.
Yeah, so she's like, look, I had to keep half the money because I underestimated how much coleslaw costs. I mean, couldn't you make your own coleslaw for next to nothing? What is it? Cabbage? What's in coleslaw? You buy those
mayo,
bags.
right?
What? Mango?
Mayo.
What is a mango?
Whether it's a mayonnaise-based one or like a vinegar-based one.
Right.
You can probably save some money if you go vinegar-based.
That's what I'm saying. A little more goes a long way. Either a vinaigrette or a mayonnaise. Okay, well, there you go. We owe the fine people of the Netherlands coleslaw recipes. So cabbage and carrots, it's got to be easy to make. And this lady kept a whole lot of money because she blamed it on the rising price of the coleslaw. So obviously, she didn't do any kind of research into how you'd make it. She just figured, oh, I'll buy pre-mixed. And you know what? That's the other thing, too. I'll tell you something. Nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to work at their side dishes. I don't know what the hell's going on. Everybody just wants their coleslaw handed to them. Oh, you can go buy it in a bag. You dunk in some mayo. You got everything carved up already. Nobody wants to work for it anymore. What do they always, you know what my wife says to me all the time? Food tastes better when someone else makes it for you. Now, that's patently false. The sentiment is sweet, but I've had all kinds of awful, awful food that other people have made.
Right.
So,
if someone knows how to make
it's a cute
the food.
thing to say. I think food tastes best when you make it for yourself. No?
I can't compare to what I had at Good Company yesterday. Like, I can make some decent food, but I can't make what they made.
All right.
They have a whole devotion to it that I don't have. So, yeah, there's going to be some food that people are going to make better than I make.
Okay.
That's absolute.
So, listen.
Are you saying you're better at making food than everybody?
No. I'm saying that when you make, I'm not saying you have to be an amazing chef, but I'm saying when you make food yourself and you make it how you want it and the way it tastes great. Better than if I said to somebody, hey, make me this kind of sandwich, and they made it the way they would normally make it. They don't know what my particular culinary peccadillos are. They hand me some piece of crap, and I go, really good.
Depending on the person, that you might get a sandwich that's even better than what you thought.
Unlikely. Unlikely.
What's your go-to sandwich if you're making a sandwich?
My go-to sandwich?
Yeah, if you're ordering a sandwich, you're good.
PB&J. Pear brie and hamon. My go-to, PB&J, because it's easy to make. But listen, last night I made BLTs. You going to top me on a BLT? Hells no.
I'm not, but I'm sure someone could.
Nope. So,
Mr. Flavortown, he's gonna top you on a BLT.
He might. So, then this texter's right. You got to blame the price gouging powers of Big Cabbage. There's simply no way around it. When Big Cabbage gets I'll just say it, big head on their shoulders.
Hey.
You've got to look out.
Think it's easy growing all this cabbage?
Nope.
Some of it's got to be green. Some of it's got to be purple. You think that happens all by itself? Well, it does.
No.
But you don't know that.
Pottsville is where Yingling breweries are. Somebody said. I thought that sounded familiar. Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Right. Okay. I guess Rolling Rock was in Latrobe, but Pottsville is where you'd find Yingling. Food tastes best when I make it myself, except for when I don't know how to make it. Well, I'm not talking about that.
Right.
Food that you know how to make. I'm not saying, I tried to make a souffle and it stinks. This souffle chef could have made it much better than I could. I'm talking about something you know how to make.
I made a very
And there's a sense of accomplishment.
I was very proud of some leftovers I used to make a good mac and cheese last week, where it was regular old Kraft mac and cheese, but then my girlfriend had some tacos, and I took the steak that was in the tacos, or beef, it was like shredded beef, and I heated that up and then mixed it in with the mac and cheese, and it was quite good.
So what you're saying
is a little
is
bit of the jus that the tacos, it was those dipping tacos. What do they call those? The burrilla tacos.
Okay.
And put some of that in there with it. Oh, it's fantastic.
So what you're saying is
somebody else can make it better.
You're saying you had some mac and cheese, and you gave it a hot beef injection.
That's right.
You had hot beef.
That was cold beef, and then I made it hot.
You heated it up.
And I wouldn't say I injected it into the mac and cheese.
Well, did you fold it in?
I folded it in. You folded in the beef.
Yeah,
you folded the beef.
You injected it, the hot beef, and then, you didn't use an injector,
No.
but it
was a mix-in.
Well, what's an injection?
I wouldn't say a mix-in and an injection are the same
But
thing.
while you're cooking, couldn't they be interchangeable?
Perhaps.
All right.
Not the language that I would use. Fold in, I can understand.
All right.
But injecting, there's penetration.
Yeah. I also think that maybe fundamentally, I'm reading this, an injection might just be a liquid. So you injected the jus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I just poured it into the stuff.
All right. Well, but it was good.
It was very good.
Yeah.
Very happy with it.
Alan, did you see what happened to Amanda Bynes?
Yeah, that's sad.
I did see what happened to Amanda Bynes.
I didn't see what happened to Amanda Bynes.
I like photos because it says that they found her roaming the streets naked. And she's been placed on a psychiatric hold.
Poor kid.
Poor kid indeed, man. She's been in showbiz a long time. And she waved a car down naked, telling the driver she was coming down from a psychotic episode, and then she called 911. So the
driver or Amanda did?
It says that she herself called 911.
Well, at least she knows. She could be with it.
Well, yeah. And she wasn't hurt or anything, but.
I have a theory on what caused this. What was the TV show that she was on?
Amanda, please.
No, but before
no,
that.
All That? Was
all
it
that? Okay.
All That.
Who were the other cast members on that show?
Kenan Thompson.
And?
Kel?
Yep.
Right.
They ended up getting a TV show.
Yeah.
Then they got a movie.
Yeah.
What was the movie?
Good Burger.
And
They're going to do a sequel,
announced
they said.
Good Burger 2.
Yeah.
Amanda Bynes took this personal, couldn't handle the success of Kenan Thompson.
I was going to say, she wasn't in Good Burger,
pushed
though.
her over the edge. Yeah, but they were, all acting around the same time.
But she's been like
There's
this
no
for a long
reason,
time.
But she's been quiet for a while, but then they announced Good Burger 2.
Oh.
Bam. cracked. She's done.
Well, she
Freaks
was
out.
she was supposed to be in Connecticut this weekend for some 90s pop culture con, but she canceled that. So, and again, she was another one who had a conservatorship, and then that ended.
She's saying, "Where's what a girl wants to?" Wasn't that one of her movies?
What a girl! I don't know. I just remember the one where she played the boy on the soccer team.
She's All That.
She's all. Wait, she was on a show called All That, and then She's All That.
No, She's All That was the one where about the girl that was wearing glasses, and they took off the glasses.
Right, and all of a sudden she's
oh
hot.
my God, she's hot now.
She's the man.
She's the man.
With Channing Tatum. She's the man was that movie.
And all she did was put on, okay, well, you want to talk about just taking off glasses and talk about someone's hot now. All this chick did was wear a wig.
Yeah, she put on like a Mo Howard haircut. And, you know.
I never knew you were a dude. I told you stuff,
Nice
bro.
contemporary reference. It was Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. That was the hair, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
I never saw that one. That's funny, though.
I love those TV shows where it's just, they just put on a wig, and I never knew the difference.
What was the one from the 80s?
Just one of the guys.
Just one of the guys.
The poster
And that
had
one-
her putting football helmets over her boobies.
Yeah. And then at the end of the movie, she doesn't just go, I'm a girl. She rips her blouse open, shows off her boobs, and then the guy's like, she's got boobs, everybody.
Yep.
She's got boobs.
Yep.
She's got boobs. Say, classy movie.
Yeah, but in the 80s, we got a lot of those movies, and nobody thought twice about it. The 80s, listen, people give me a hard time for being old. I can't control when I was born. But the 80s, for sex romps, were unparalleled. Movies that could never be made today. You hear that a lot. People go, that could never be made today. Those could literally not be made today. Movies like Private Lessons, My Tutor, where like the dad gets his 15-year-old son, who's still a virgin, a French teacher, and guess what happens? She's 30. Like, there were multiple movies like that where a 15-year-old boy got himself a tutor for the summer, and they bang, and at the end of the movie, they have a nice little friendship, and she's like, you're going to become a man in your own right, and blah, 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 but all that other crap happened. And then
It's a coming-of-age movie.
Coming of age.
Of other things, too.
Yeah. No, but that's what they called it. Now, they're not making coming-of-age movies about a 15-year-old dude and a 30-year-old woman. I mean, she could have been 25 for all I know, but like in the movie, they were like, oh, she's, but they always had to make her French because the thought was, well, they do things differently over there. This isn't that uncommon. That must make the French feel real good.
Well, they're president.
Like this.
the sex over there is a little free and easy,
Yeah, but they're
compared
not
to-
banging 15-year-old boys. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's,
According to the 80s
they're heads of
were.
state. I mean, people have public mistresses. That's probably the best part. But I mean, other than that, I don't
Public
think.
mistresses? That's like you're okay. It's
That's
okay to have
cheating
side piece?
respectfully.
Yeah, like heads of state have like,
France and
this is my
Italy.
wife, this is my mistress. Yeah, it's like, you're very European. It's not even cheating respectfully because it's not considered cheating. So we had Porky's and we had Zapped.
Zapped, yeah.
Go online and watch the trailer for Zapped with Scott Baio and
Oh,
Heather
the-
Thomas.
Revenge of the Nerds.
Revenge of the Nerds, yeah.
Very, very sex heavy.
Sex heavy, yes. But like the movies where dudes would get special powers and they would just, like any kid would do, you would make it have girls' sweaters fly off.
The nerds would just use technology. That's why it ended up being cool to be a nerd, is because you could put a camera on a remote control car and then put it, drive it through the girl's dorm or just completely. Yeah. I mean, you go back to, what's it called? Animal House, too. Just put the ladder up to the window.
Yeah. Listen, Revenge of the Nerds actually was able to, it was weird because it happened in the mid-'80s, but it was almost able to predict the results of the 2000 presidential election.
We've got Bush.
Right. So, listen, there's a lot to be said for pop culture looking into the future. I've got to take a break. I'll have Monsters tickets for you. Want to go see your Cleveland Monsters, your little hockey under your belt? They are going to be playing the Hershey Bears. Back to PA we go. But here at home, Sunday, April 2nd, at the Romo Fijo. I guess they'll be playing there during the day, and then the Cavs will be playing there that night. That's how this breaks down. It's Pucks and Paws nights. You can bring your dog. Oh, that's even better. I have a 4-pack of Monsters tickets for you coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio.
music, a little bit of everything. All of the great podcasts for every interest.
Stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, we get some hockey under your belt. Your Cleveland Monsters are taking on the Hershey Bears. It's going to be the second game in 2 days against the Bears, back-to-back. Noon on Sunday, April 2nd at the Romo Fijo. It's also Pucks and Paws game. Bring your dog to the game, courtesy of the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. Boy, they do good work over there. ClevelandMonsters.com for any and all details you might need. I'll get you a 4-pack of tickets right here. 2 pair for Monsters Bears on the 2nd. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Did you miss us? Because we missed you. Well, not Jerry from Willoughby, but the rest of you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Construction in the fields, the bodies burning as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning the brainwashed mind.
Boy, who knew T-Pain could sing? This T-Pain doing War Pigs off of an album of covers he just dropped.
I actually did know that because of, like, there was a song of him going around where he wasn't auto-tuned for once, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, T-Pain is so closely associated with auto-tune, and for so long, you know, that was back when, you know, you'd see artists. I remember Death Cab did, like, SNL or something, and they had a T-shirt on that was like, auto-tune's for pussies, man, or something like that. But T-Pain was so closely associated with auto-tune that I think people thought that he couldn't sing. But auto-tune can do a lot of things, but it can kind of also tell if you can't sing. It's still got to have the raw material there. So, but that's pretty wild. That's a good. Somebody passed it to me, and I was like, I don't know about this. But I like it's not bad. He's got an album called On Top of the Covers. And he does War Pigs, he does Don't Stop Believing from Journey. Change is going to come from Sam Cooke. Well, this article calls him Sam Cookie. And Stay With Me by Sam Smith. So it's got a pretty broad array of songs here. He said, every one of the songs on this album helped me fall in love with music at different points in my life. So there you go. T-Pain's War Pigs. And frankly, why not? He does, what else does he do? Tennessee Whiskey by Chris Stapleton. And War Pigs is the last track on the album. Of course, the guys in Guar have recently said, they were asked, is there anybody you'd like, guys would like to collaborate with that you haven't so far? And for whatever reason, Guar said T-Pain. I just remember T-Pain years ago making a lot of money off of, didn't he sell an app where you could, I mean, it's not like he invented auto-tune or the machine or the programs that do that, but he was so closely associated with it that he was selling apps. It was like a T-Pain app that would put your voice through auto-tune. So he must have been right place, right time for the popularity of auto-tune. And frankly, why not, right? I mean, if you're going to, God bless T-Pain, but he wasn't reinventing the wheel. You know, why not auto-tune your voice? People are telling me he was on Masked Singer, and he sang, obviously. Alan, you ever seen the movie Milk Money? Anybody remember we were talking about those movies in the 80s where the kid was 15?
I remember that one.
And Milk Money, though, was like an early 90s one, right?
Yeah.
That was when Melanie Griffith was a hooker.
Yeah.
And Ed Harris is like a widower or something. And the kid spends his milk money to hire her for his dad.
Well,
There's never ugly hookers in movies. They're always Julia Roberts or Melanie Griffith or Laura San Giacomo. Always foxy hookers because you want to look at them.
Right.
They can't give you like a real life hoe. They're like, you're trying to sell tickets.
I thought it was because I remember they like paid her like $20 or $25 to like look at her boobs for a few minutes.
Is that what it was?
Because they
maybe you're right.
But then I think
I only remember
she
I remember
did start dating the dad.
Milk Money. I remember it being on the constant loop of trailers in my Blockbuster video. 3 suburban boys who find themselves in a battle of the sexes, believing they could regain the upper hand if they could just see a real-life naked lady. All right, so a trio of 11-year-old boys want to pay to see Melanie Griffith's boobs. And then, of course, as everybody gets their relationships together, it's pretty standard narrative fare for these movies. They're like, oh, my dad, the dad just so happened to be a widower or small town thing. I never saw the movie, but they find a hooker named V, that's Melanie Griffith, who's willing to show her breasts. And there's a pimp involved. Anne Heche was in this movie. She's another hooker, the late Anne Heche. So, again, I thought Anne Heche was pretty attractive. But that's who they give you. Hookers in movies are always going to look like that. They're not going to look like who's the throw mama from the train lady?
Oh.
If they had given you Throw Mama from the Train, Ann Ramsey, was that the actress?
I can't remember her name.
Ann Ramsey, yeah. She was in Goonies, right?
Yeah. I loved on the show My Name is Earl, there was Patty the daytime hooker.
Right.
And she was pretty rough, but that was part of the joke. And like it was just very funny because it wasn't just for money. She was willing to bargain because she's a daytime hooker.
Mm-hmm. That actress's name is Dale Dickey. She's a theater actress, but it says known primarily as Patty the daytime hooker in My Name is Earl. Listen, you're a working actress. You just got to get some gigs. T-Pain won the first season of The Masked Singer, Steve from Atlanta says. All right. I've never seen that show. We had Tom Bergeron on last week, and he kind of told a funny story about how he had been offered a spot at that show, and they said, well, we only have the jellyfish or the taco costume left. I know nothing about that show or how it's put together other than hearing Nick Cannon talk about it, but I've never seen the show. So the people have to get, for you who watch this and you're texting me, people have to guess what celebrity is in there.
Yes.
So but they have to. They have to be given choices, right? They don't just pull a name from the universe of celebrities.
No, they sing, and based off of their voice, they come up with a guess on who it might be. So the judge is there. I think there's 3 or 4, and they're like, they always want to like big up it. They're like, I think it's Elton John. Like they were like, Elton John's not doing your show.
But they don't give them any clues.
No. Oh, actually, no.
No, I think there are clues.
They'd have to.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm a singer from the Bronx, and I made.
Okay.
They do like clues. They're like,
and sometimes their outfit has something to do with.
Not all the time, though.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
I'm just saying they need some direction in who it might be because
like,
they can't just pull from random. Because the promos are like, I knew it, or they.
There was one time this person was like, I sang at the White House before I was even 10 years old. And so they'll do like an obscure like fact like that, and it turned out to be like Hunter Hayes. So
who the hell is that?
He was a country singer. I knew who he was because I recognized his voice. He sings that song, I Want to Make You Feel Wanted, and I Don't Want Easy, I Want Crazy. And I recognized his voice. I was like, oh my gosh, that's Hunter Hayes. And then I Googled Hunter Hayes, I think I looked up his Wikipedia, and it showed that he performed at the White House when he was 9 years old.
Oh, he wasn't the Walmart kid.
No. Just, he was a...
what was that kid?
He's kind of fat now, but he used to be young and skinny and hot.
Okay.
Who was the Walmart kid that Poundcake
Mason
was?
Ramsey.
Mason Ramsey, Poundcake.
Lord,
Got so-
I don't know what I do. All I do is set aside. Oh, Lord, that last long day she said goodbye. Well, Lord, I thought I would cry. She do me, she do you. She's got that kind of love.
When it was some rotisserie chicken.
Well, you know what, though? That's such an old-timey kind of country music, too, that you got to be like 80 and up to appreciate it. But they signed him to a label, and he probably found heroin or something. And, yeah, I mean, this was...
He had that one song that did okay.
It's called Famous. He was like, if I'm going to be famous, I want it to be for loving you. I'm like, oh, God. Sing about sugar daddies.
Where's your cover out?
Yes, I'm just playing
it.
T-Pain doing War Pigs. Where is... I got to put that together.
Put it together, please. We
come
got
on.
enough songs now.
Yeah. The Poundcake covers
Do more of that
album.
famous song, Poundcake. I want that one on there.
If I'm going to be famous, it's going to be for loving you.
Yeah, all right. I mean, that's not as good as his
my truck,
breakthrough hit,
my
My Truck, My Beer,
guns.
My Guns.
Say it again. My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again.
My truck, my beer, my guns.
Say it again.
Doing Bash at the Bay this summer.
My
beer, my guns.
Say it again.
Shoot, what?
I said I'm doing Bash at the Bay this summer.
Yeah, he is. It's going to be Kid Rock and Poundcake.
I tried to give that kid Ramsey a shot. I mean, he was singing about sugar daddies. My ears perked up, but he was just at the wrong spot. He was not Walmart, it's McDonald's.
The wrong spot.
Well, no one wants to hear that. You know, the shopping experience is just so warped now. Like, if people aren't getting their stuff online, they're in a hurry. Like, they're at Walmart. They don't want to be waiting all day. And then you got some people are already in line and, you know, kids screaming. And then now you got someone just standing there in the middle of the aisle, taking up room, singing. And he's doing it for attention. You know, his dad then got
I'd rather have that than a disgruntled employee firing at the clerks. Like, come on, man. This is a...
Can I have neither one?
This is a mild annoyance at best.
And also, of course he's singing for attention. That's...
Yes, he wasn't doing this in his
not a
bathroom.
secret.
Do it outside.
Right. Huh?
Do it outside.
The acoustics are way better in the store.
Yes. Do you know anything about acoustics? Well, you know why you sing in the shower and not in the kitchen?
Because it's an enclosed space. And it sounds better with echo. But Walmart's a pretty big store.
This kid is 16 years old now, and who knows what he's doing.
Getting bullied.
Well, no. I mean, he started putting stuff on TikTok, and, oh, I see. In 2022, his song another song he did gained popularity on TikTok after he used it in several videos, updating followers about his life, revealing he now works at Subway.
Oh.
Following in the fine footsteps of one Jared.
Jared never worked.
Oh, God. They put this documentary. Boy, there is nothing that they won't reconstitute from 2 or 3 newspaper articles. We watched this movie called, this documentary called Who Killed Robert Wan? And it was about this still unsolved murder in D.C., DuPont Circle. This was years ago. This Asian guy was there with his friends. His friends were in this townhouse, and they were kind of a throuple, and he came over. It wasn't anything sexy with him. He went to bed, but they found him stabbed to death, but there was, like, no blood, and the 3 guys denied they had anything to do it. And we're kind of settling in, you know, and so they basically reconstitute. They get the investigators at the time to talk about what they did then. There's some newsreel footage. There's a couple of these bloggers. I didn't even know that was a thing anymore, but they're like, I guess at the time they had put together a blog about who killed Robert Wan and blah, blah, blah. And we're like, okay, well, this is going to get good. It's like 2 episodes. I'm like, this could have been a Dateline. It probably was a Dateline. They're repackaging this crap. And now they got a documentary about the Jared from Subway, the monster. I'm like, dude, you just going to play a bunch of, like, audio clips of this guy talking about how he wants to bang kids? I'm like, Jesus Christ,
he's not talking about that, is he?
Yes, I think that's the hook with this is the girl who, there was some DJ or something in Tampa at the time who got him talking about it, or she pretended she had a kid. She pretended she was into it, and she got him talking, and it was on tape, and that's what they used to. And this thing is going to, like, play the audio tape. Oh, God.
No, heck no.
We've hit peak true crime, by the way.
I don't even. I mean, that is crime, but that is a different type. Like these people who have like murder porn fetishes or something like that is completely different than listening to just hours on end of like assault and pedophilia. Like that's a different level.
Yeah. But I mean, it shows up in your.
Who listens?
It shows up in your.
Kelly.
No, but I'm just saying it shows up in your. Like you go on Netflix, it'll show up in like your #1 trending.
Yeah, it does.
The Jared from Subway documentary.
Sounds wholesome.
So it's like that's what sucks about a lot of these documentaries is you don't know what the conclusion is. So you spend. I mean, listen, I would have been way more pissed if this thing had taken 8 or 9 episodes, but at 2 episodes, I didn't even really see the point of it. Rather than them just shoveling coal into the furnace.
I never even
for documentaries.
I never even watched that documentary of the father that killed like his YouTube family. You know what I'm talking about?
I do not.
I think you were talking about it on the show.
Oh, I watched that.
He like
one.
killed his daughter and like his wife and their 2 kids or something like that, and like stuffed them in a barrel or something.
Well, they weren't on YouTube.
They weren't on YouTube though.
No, this was a guy who had a side piece and he didn't want anybody finding out. Yeah, he put his poor little girls in like the bottom of a grain silo or something.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were like a YouTube family.
I don't think no, I don't think so. This was that dude in Colorado.
Gross.
Yeah, it's all gross. And one by one, you know, they're starting to people who do true crime podcasts are starting to kind of take a broader look at this because they're like, "Oh, I can get in trouble." Well, I was reading an article on a couple of different people who had these like true crime podcasts because it doesn't require anything to do it, you know, and it's a huge genre, and the biggest ones have been around for like a long time, and so you know other dummies are like, oh, I'll buy a microphone and I'll have a huge podcast or whatever. Most of them never get past 4 or 5 episodes, but I was reading an article about a couple of people that did separate true crime podcasts. And they were like finding themselves getting in trouble with people involved in the actual investigation of the case because these people don't have any expertise in anything. They're just like, and what about what could the, you know, so it's all this wild speculation. And the people who are actually part of the investigations are like, hey, by the way,
under investigation still. And,
yeah.
Your speculating is not helping.
No, it's completely, it's irrelevant. It's not researched at all. And so the article I was reading of a couple of different people are like, yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore because I don't want to go to jail for a podcast that 8 people are listening to. So anyway, Mason Ramsey, circling back around, he's working at a Subway. Now, he did Burger King commercials. I don't know why they couldn't have hired him for some PR. He did the Burger King thing at the height of his fame there where he was yodeling about cow farts or something.
Oh, that's right.
Right?
I don't remember any of this.
I think when they were trying to get people to eat Beyond Meat.
But him working at Subway. Would you like white or wheat?
Yeah. Chipotle sauce and lettuce and cabbage.
When cows fart and burp and splatter, well, it ain't no laughing matter. They're releasing methane every time they do. And that methane from the rear goes up to the atmosphere.
There you get it.
Wow, that was okay. He sounds pretty good.
No, he can sing.
He can sing, right?
I just don't want to hear that at Walmart. I just don't.
What do you want to hear at Walmart?
Beep, beep, beep. And my stuff clearing.
So you want to hear, you just want to get to the, checkout.
In and out, yep.
Yeah. Well, you're an employee now because most of these places are switching over to like self-checkout.
I don't have a card for any of that stuff.
You don't need one. Don't need one at Walmart. You want a Giant Eagle, don't need one at Walmart. You walk right over there.
Mm.
When was the last time you even went to a Walmart?
When I had to go shopping for my mom. Yeah. I find it
chicken, right?
No, actually, she switched it up on me.
No, jewelry. Only the best.
Oh, that's right. She likes the Costco chicken now, right?
No, she likes Walmart chicken, but I didn't go there for. She didn't need one at that particular time. She needed me to buy dog food.
Didn't need one. What is the need one?
She didn't need a chicken at that point. She needed dog food, and she made me laugh because she just gets in my head, and I forget common sense. She gives me like the piece of paper that the dog food is wrapped in because it's like the wet food, so it had like a film over it that had the name of the food. I'm like, okay. She said, take this with you, and so you don't
Are you just
get
saying
the
the
wrong
label?
Food. Yeah, sorry, the packaging label.
What did he say?
The film.
The film.
That was over it. Yeah,
Take the film off.
It was a plastic packaging label, and she gave it to me, and she's like, take this so you know what type of food to get. And instead of me taking a picture of it on my phone, here I was with the label, holding it up to each one, making sure it was the right food. And I'm like, this is stuff that my mom makes me do. I just forget common sense when I'm with her. Could have just taken a picture on my phone, looked at it, and made sure it was the right one. No, she sends me in there with the exact label to make sure I got it right.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't trust you.
Well, she doesn't trust you.
Oh, you just made a mess. She knows how technology works, though.
But she doesn't
But she
trust.
doesn't use it.
But despite that, she doesn't trust her son to buy her a chicken.
She doesn't know how merging works onto a highway.
She does. She just doesn't like to do it.
She's like, I know how it works. I have no interest in contributing to that merge at all. That's
I've
right.
just seen her. I've seen her drive the highway twice in my life. Like that. That is crazy to me.
Well, then what was so important that she had to do it those 2 times, and yet the other times she avoids it?
One was like it was the highway, but it wasn't. She wasn't actually on the highway. Like it was a lane,
like a service road.
It goes on to the highway, but you stay in that lane, and then you could get off at the next exit. So she never had to merge or anything. And I was just like, wow, I've never seen you. And it was to get to like a hospital. And then even when my brother like got into like his accident, she had someone drive her.
My son's been in an accident. I have to call an Uber.
I got to get a ride.
I can't merge.
Yeah.
I got a break here. Speaking of cars, hey, the AutoRama is coming back. You want AutoRama tickets? I'll have them for you a little bit later on. At the IX Center, end of this month, be a 4-pack to get to that show. You want to text for anything? 35192. Listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
The new metal show here on WMMS.
Cleveland's metal show is back.
Saturday nights from 10 till midnight.
It'll be the full spectrum of metal. Industrial and thrash. We'll play local stuff and everything.
2 hours to midnight.
So 10 o'clock each Saturday night until midnight.
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Universal Windows Direct.
At Staples, school is always in session. And savings never take a holiday, especially now during Staples Teacher Palooza. You save big on everything for school, like 20% on all Crayola products, up to 40% on brands like Post-it, Papermate, and Elmer's. Plus, 80-count Lysol disinfecting wipes are only $1.99. During Staples Teacher Palooza, teachers save big and so do you, with classroom deals for everybody. But deals end soon, so hurry to Staples today. Offers end 3/25, in-store only while supplies last.
Don't let today's higher interest rates stop you from buying your dream home. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. The Federal Reserve is calling for more interest rate increases, but with Third Federal's early approval, you can lock in your mortgage rate now before rates go up again. Only Third Federal's early approval locks in your rate now before you find a house, protecting you from rising interest rates. Early approval is a pre-approval, good for 6 months. And for a limited time, you get $295 off a closing cost. Plus, buy a home with Third Federal this spring, and if rates go down anytime in the next 3 years, you can refinance for free. Early approval ends March 31st. Apply online or call 1-800-3RD-FED today.
The Federal Reserve is calling for more rate increases this year, so lock in today's rate of 6.29%, APR 6.38% on Third Federal's 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, even before you find a home. Rate lock renews automatically the current rate after 60 days.
Celebrate 103 years, get $103 instant cash. Register to win a $5,000 shopping spree now at every Levin.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live, you can. Thank you to Corey Crapster for helping out today. You listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the app there from outside Ohio. Tell me where. I'd like to know where people are. Matt listens to us in Gilbert, Arizona. Kyle is in Bel Air, Maryland. Augustine is in Denver. Graham is a bureau chief in D.C. And Kim is a new listener in Nashville, Tennessee. Poundcake, you saw that they gave the guys who killed XXX, what do you call them?
Tenication.
XXX Tenication. They're going to give those 3 guys life in prison for killing XXX Tentacion when he was just 20 years old. 2018 already.
Did they express motive as to why they killed him?
That was a robbery gone bad, right?
Yeah, they robbed him of $50,000. How
do you rob someone?
And then they were
just walk around with $50,000 on him?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's in a motorcycle shop. I mean, isn't that the whole bit with those guys? They're always walking around with tons of cash because they're flashing it on social media, which is exactly what these guys did after they robbed him because they're geniuses, and that helped catch them. There was a 4th guy involved, but he pleaded to a lesser charge. So, yeah, the defense attorneys really don't have much to work with there, but boy, they took some big swings. Like, you guys should be looking at Drake because he had beef with XXX Tenication. You know, Drake needed $50,000 real quick.
Right.
At a motorcycle shop in Florida. Drake's fallen on hard times. So, yeah, these 3 guys all convicted of first-degree murder and armed robbery. The jury deliberated for a week. That's a long time. They'll be sentenced to life in prison. They're in Florida, so there you go. So those of you who have been holding vigil, sitting Shiva, if you will, for XXX Tentacion, lo these many years. Simply nobody know how many years that is. I guess 5? He was killed in 2018.
Sounds right.
Well, you can tonight sleep the sleep of angels knowing that these guys are going to go to prison. And Lord knows what will happen to them on the inside once all the XXX Tentacion fans inside get a hold of these dudes. They're going to have to be put into protective custody. What do they call that, Poundcake? ADSEG?
Yes.
Administrative segregation?
I don't remember that from America. Yep, but ADSEG. And then if he gets out, he's in Gin Pop.
New friend of the show, actor Michael Rappaport, is 53 years old today. And Bruce Willis turned 68 yesterday, and they posted a video of a celebration that he was having with his daughters and his family. And I can't tell how Bruce Willis is doing from the video. And I was worried that I was looking too hard for sign. You know, Bruce Willis is kind of been forced into retirement because they diagnosed him with a particularly aggressive form of dementia. And I couldn't tell if maybe he's already having a hard time or what. And then I felt bad for going over it so closely, looking for that. But did you see the video of him in the kitchen there with his family and his...
I didn't see that.
I'll show it to you here.
Happy birthday, dear Dad.
Just like that dog.
Happy birthday to you.
Demi Moore pops in and everything. Yeah, like I can't tell if he's doing okay. Looks like he knocked a tooth out, though. Right? He's missing a front tooth.
Yeah, I think he's missing a front tooth.
Is that a symptom of dementia? Your teeth fall out?
Maybe
I know
maybe
nothing
he had
about
a fake
it.
one and it like popped out or something.
Oh, I see. Anyway, Bruce Willis. Who doesn't love Bruce Willis? He's got a young wife. Although I feel bad. He's got little kids, man. I mean, he's got all the kids with Demi Moore, but he's got like a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old or something with his current wife.
I think he's doing all right here. I think he looks like he's.
I hope so.
He's aware
All
of
right.
what's going on.
Yeah.
And like who he's around.
You know, because I know it's a different situation. I know Michael J. Fox has Parkinson's, but we've seen Michael J. Fox deal with Parkinson's over the course of 30 years, right? This long, you're not seeing him all the time. So when you do see him, you can tell that it's advanced a little bit more to where he's, I don't think that Bruce Willis has that kind of time based on what they say. I think that they say that this goes relatively quickly, and I don't know. What is this you sent me?
This is an ad that I got.
All right. Who are you following to get this ad?
They're just listening.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is it?
The account is called Squirttopia. And I guess they're selling squirt-proof sheets.
Yeah.
It's pee. Listen, it's pee. Ladies, it's pee. Stop peeing in the bed.
It's okay. It's okay.
Just go to the bathroom before you start having sex.
But yeah, it's a sheet that you put down because apparently this is so prevalent now that people are like, oh, I'm tired of the wet spot.
Girls love peeing in bed. They love it.
Get this Squirttopia sheet.
This time, messy sheets are now a thing of the past with the super absorbent squirt pad from Squirttopia. The squirt pad is a waterproof machine washable mattress pad created with a unique top layer that's made to get wet. So when things get messy, it's got your back. It's super.
Just get rubber sheets like everybody else, man.
No, I want this. When I was a bedwetter growing up, I would have loved to have had this instead of rubber sheets. The rubber plastic sheets were the worst because you still you put those on underneath your regular sheet. So you still get a wet sheet.
Because you're trying not to get the mattress wet. The sheets you can wash.
Yeah. But man, this would have been a lifesaver for me if I had a Squirttopia as a young bedwetter.
But then again, this just looks like a nylon square that you put on your bed. Like it wouldn't really work. It's not a sheet for bedwetters.
I'm sure they can
It's for girls who want to pee during sex.
They get to pee during
Messy sheets are a thing of the past. Shop our Squirttopia. How'd they come up with that name? A god-awful name.
That was the first
Squirttopia.
name they came up with. They didn't workshop that at all. They're like, what should we call this? I don't know, Squirttopia?
Squirttopia.
Okay,
Nailed
that works for me.
Love it. Let's get the merch printed up. It says, feel free to hashtag make a splash. They're really leaning into this. All right, well, there you go.
Squirttopia. I just saw that ad and I was like, wow, things have gotten to that point where they're like just putting that as an ad on Instagram.
Because you can couch anything in a way that makes it seem pretty benign and domestic, and because they can go, hey, when things get fun, wink, wink. Although there's really not a lot of winking you can do when your product is called Squirttopia.
Yeah, there's no subtlety.
Right.
There's no subtlety. And then you see other brands jumping on different memes, and I saw a Scrub Daddy ad where they were doing the Tim Robinson thing where he's screaming about coffin flop. He's like, I'm not worried about this. I didn't do, and he's like swearing, and
Really?
This is on the official Scrub Daddy TikTok account that I'm seeing this kind of language where I'm like, that's
Everybody's
hilarious.
trying to get eyeballs.
Yeah,
All bets
they don't
are off.
care anymore. They don't care about language or anything. If it gets people to follow their TikTok account and keep Scrub Daddy in your mind, and I'm talking about it, so it's working.
Because who the hell else is going to pay attention to Scrub Daddy?
Right.
Unless they have cursing in their ads now. Hey, fortunately for you gals who might be a little waterlogged, they do have a Squirttopia affiliate program where you can earn a commission. There you go. So earn a commission for your emissions. How do they miss that? So, yeah.
Kind of makes me depressed.
Bill found Squirttopia. And,
It makes you depressed?
I'll never experience that. It seems kind of fun.
You know, you can pee in bed. That's all it is. Just let loose next time you and the boy are doing something. Yes, it is. Every doctor, Dr. Berglund, every doctor will tell you that. Yes, it is. The fact that it's become a thing in porn doesn't mean it's not pee. It is pee. That's why it tastes like soy sauce.
Okay.
So just feel free to let fly, homie. Next time you and the guy are doing something.
But I want the sound that comes with it. It's not just...
He's always got to take something and turn it into something else. I want the sound. Okay, there you go. Oh, congratulations. Oh, that's so sexy. Oh, man. Now I know what you were missing out.
It's just pee.
Just fill some sandwich bags with water and stomp on them.
Yeah. Get some Ziplocs.
Yeah.
But don't stop on them. Poke a hole in them. Get yourself like a safety pin.
There you go.
And poke a little hole in the Ziploc.
Okay.
See, it's not sexy when it's guys because you go, it's pee. Why are you peeing? For some reason, I don't know why it became, quote unquote, sexy with girls. It's because they convinced people that it was something else.
Well, because
they got so worked up that this happened. See, it's all about getting a guy to believe he's doing something no one else is doing.
Correct.
To her. And that's the result.
I was going to say, because I always heard that coming
If only
from...
Ben Shapiro had known about this. You always heard what?
I always heard that now
He's got the sandbox sheets for his wife.
Uh-huh.
I always heard that not all girls could do that. It was only like a certain few that could.
Well, that's what that, right. That's because girls are pee shy. But it's pee. So
I'm
it's,
just
you know.
say that. Veronica, please don't tell me about your pee story. I'm
Yeah,
over this.
Veronica.
Stop peeing on Dylan.
Come on, Veronica. So it's, yeah, whatever. But that's there for you. Because you should be able to do whatever you want to do. Who cares what it actually is? You do what you want to do. And if you're going to let fly, get yourself this Squirttopia. I can't even say it. It's so silly. Is it a sheet? It's a pad, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a thin pad.
Yeah.
With some
And God bless the
absorbency in
woman
it.
who created it because she's going to get rich. It's right out of San Diego, California. And although it might be, maybe it's a pyramid scheme, or I'm sorry, what do they call it today? A multi-level marketing scheme. That's what it is. Hey, if you sell my Squirttopias, then I'll get a cut. And, you know, you get your downline, as it were. Because you can go on Amazon and find an adult play mat, which does the same thing, right? You roll it up. You lay it out. It's waterproof. It's goo-proof. Whatever else you want, right? Easy cleanup after sex.
Hey.
But adult playmat, that's not going to hook you. It's a terrible name. That doesn't hook you. Squirttopia, that's going to hook you. You go, you know, if they were smart, they would do the commercial where the beginning is in black and white. And it's a lady trying to get the adult playmat working, you know?
Yeah, just
There's got to be an easier way to pee in bed. And she's like, she can't get it unrolled, and it's falling all over.
With the voiceover. It's
Yep.
like, are you tired of sleeping in the wet spot?
Right.
Is your girlfriend peeing in your bed saying it's squirt?
That's right. Here comes Squirttopia to solve all your problems. All the fun without the mess.
I'm Billy Mays, and I want you to stay dry.
That's right. He slaps a big piece of flex tape on her.
I want the
Yeah,
pessimist.
get the slap chop guy
You
on
keep
there.
her. I'm Vince from Slap
Yeah.
Chop or whatever.
But see, I went like
ShamWow.
Yeah.
I went like the pessimist in the background of the commercial. Like, I heard it's pee. He's like,
Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, again, it doesn't matter
we
what
just
it
don't
is.
want it on our sheets.
That's right.
Whether it's pee or not, we don't want it on our sheets.
Right. They can't call the product Peetopia. Nobody would buy it. But no, get Billy. I mean, Billy Mays is dead, but who's the new guy? Get him to put flex tape on.
Yeah, the flex tape.
Once she
guy,
starts
yeah.
leaking, get a big old black square of flex tape. If it can stop a boat from sinking, it can stop your girlfriend from sliding all over the place.
Just as she starts spraying everywhere, he just
Yeah, a big
flex tapes it
Yeah,
up.
flex tape. That's right. as seen on TV.
Mm-hmm.
So the adult playmat, I think, is also for like when you ladies are having that lovely time of the month. Because why let that stop you, right? Honey, go grab me a white towel. Nothing's going to stop me from having fun with you. So, yeah, the adult playmat, I mean, it tells you what it is. But somebody saw that and said, we can improve on that. I mean, every item you see these days has a rip-off version of it, or just an alternate version that sells better because they came up with a cool name. You know, they've been selling waterproof dog blankets for a long time. Waterproof whatever. Somebody comes along, Squirttopia is the name, and dryness is our game.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Dry sheets.
How come Bill doesn't see ads for the beverage Squirt? It's quite delicious. I love Squirt, and I'll tell you what.
I don't know what their budget is.
Every time I have a Squirt, I'm met with amazement by people who they'll go, "Oh my God, where did you find Squirt?" Like it's the 1940s.
It's
I go,
most grocery stores.
you know, they still sell it in the right.
Also,
my grandfather drank Squirt when I was a kid, and so I kind of have some nostalgia for it. And Squirt, frankly, is delicious too.
It's totally blowing up our idea to have a restaurant that only serves Squirt because we can't use the name anymore.
Can you call it Squirttopia?
Yeah, we wanted to call it Squirttopia, and now it's gone.
Well, we'll figure out something else.
Squirtopolis.
Yeah. And we're gonna Squirt's the only beverage, and and every dish is gonna be Squirt infused.
Yes.
You'll have to guess which one. The beverage or the emission? Alan, oh my God, my neighbor's name is Veronica. Thanks, Poundcake. Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
There you go. So there's, listen, who cares if artificial intelligence will evolve to the point where we're all dead people walking? Who cares if the nations can't get along? Who cares if we'll all eventually be burned alive as a species on this planet? There's nothing you can't get if you want it in the form of goofy retail. There's simply nothing that you can't find. It's not like these people couldn't find waterproof pads. They were like, let's just do a different one. Let's just, patent pending. 1-86285 or whatever it is. Poundcake's mom has worked with these pads for decades. She never thought to call them Squirtopias or whatever.
Right.
Right? She's changing, right? She's giving people sponge baths and stuff?
Yeah, I suppose
Working
so.
in hospitals.
Yeah.
All right, I got to take a break here. If you want to go to the AutoRama, ooh, you're in luck. I got tickets for you. I get you a 4-pack of tickets for the piston-powered AutoRama back at the IX Center the end of this month. So we'll do that coming back. 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Next Monday night
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year. Are you ready?
at our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
With Innovator Award recipient Taylor Swift.
Thank you so much for this award.
And performances by iHeart Icon Award recipient Pink, Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson. A special appearance by LL Cool J, Keith Urban, Pat Benatar, and Neil Giraldo, Lotto, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
iHeartRadio Music Awards, where we are celebrating the biggest songs and artists you've been listening to on the radio all year long.
It's the award show where fans help decide who wins.
The fans, we love you guys. Thank you.
Where once-in-a-lifetime performances take place.
These crazy performances.
And where the music you love comes to life.
Live from Hollywood.
Thank you so much to iHeart.
The iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Watch on Fox and listen on iHeartRadio.
Next Monday night at 8 p.m.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight turning mostly cloudy down to freezing. On Tuesday, mostly sunny, high in the mid-50s. Wednesday, mostly cloudy, chance of showers, high Wednesday, low 50s.
This report is sponsored by Deacons Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
It's Ram Truck Month at Deacons Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We've got over 40 new Ram trucks in stock and ready to roll. Visit our showroom or shop online at deaconschrysler.com. You've got to make it to Mayfield.
Hey there, it's Alan for FanDuel. Well, we're in the middle of the tournament, upsets aplenty, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel. It's America's #1 sports book because right now FanDuel is giving new customers a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That is up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. If you haven't signed up yet, use my name. Go to FanDuel.com/Cox and sign up today to claim your no-sweat first bet. You can wager on everything. If you want to do straight money line, you can do point spreads. You can do who's going to win it all. I made money on Pitt. I made some money on Michigan State right over Marquette. The app is safe and secure and super easy to use. So don't miss your shot. No sweat first bet up to $1,000 when you join FanDuel today. So go to FanDuel.com/Cox. That's how you sign up. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get a slam dunk deal at all 4 Ken Ginley Kia locations. The official #1 volume Kia dealer. Want a great selection and huge inventory? We've got it at Ken Ginley Kia. We've got over 700 new Kia models in stock and incoming, including 20 Carnivals, 150 Fortes, 90 Celtos, 40 Sorrentos,
want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
All right, so return of the Summit Racing Equipment IX piston-powered AutoRama returning for the 57th year to the IX Center, March 31st through April 2nd. If a piston makes it go, it's in this show. PistonPowerShow.com. Tickets, all the details for the event. I have 4 tickets for you here. If you want to get over there, good luck. Be caller 10. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
7 out of 10 listeners agree. On what? We have no idea. This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. You want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. Cavaliers been off since Friday. They didn't play over the weekend. They're playing back-to-back games against the Nets. Back-to-back being tomorrow night and Thursday night. So Tuesday and Thursday they're in Brooklyn. 7:30 is your tip-off both nights. And then we inch toward the end of the regular season. They'll play the Rockets here at home. They'll play the Hawks in Atlanta. They will host the Knicks. They'll play the Pacers on the 2nd. I have those tickets all this week. And then they do a back-to-back in Orlando against the Magic. And then they close the regular season on April the 9th here at home with the Charlotte Hornets. It's going to be a Sunday game.
You mentioned the 2nd of April. There's something going on the day before that.
That would be the 1st of April. April Fool's Day is what you're trying to think
of. April Fool's Day. But you'd be a fool to miss me at the funny stuff on April 1st.
Yeah.
And March 31st. That was a
Be
pretty good
careful on the April Fool's jokes.
All right, but you're not performing April 2nd.
No, I'm
you're performing March 31st and April 1st.
And April 1st, yeah.
All
So
right.
you don't want to be a fool.
Making
and
it
miss my show.
a Friday and Saturday night combo.
Correct.
Gotcha. Will you do anything special for April Fool's Day?
I mean, I'm just going to be fooling around, having
Hey, everybody.
good shows.
Yep.
It's just going to be top-notch, hilarious
You won't
comedy.
perform with your back to the crowd?
Yeah, that'd be
like the old Latin
amazing,
Mass?
yeah.
That'd be great. Hey, we came for one show and we got another one. What's going on? Check your calendar. Oh, he got me. April 1st. I was reading a story a couple of days ago that they thought that, so there's a number of celebrities that are being called into, they at least have to be deposed. I don't know if they're being sued, if it's a class action thing, but they're at least being deposed in one of the lawsuits against that FTX, that crypto exchange that dude, the whole thing melted down. This kid was like, what? I don't know. And then, well, he spent a lot of money on celebrity endorsers.
By the way, I was the vice president of media operations there from February 2020 till March of 2022.
Okay. So you got out just in time.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying that's on my resume.
Uh-huh.
There's no way they can check it, but it's just, it's just a good thing to, if you're looking for a little resume hack. you just go
say that
through.
you're there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was also
what does that do?
If you want to level up a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and if you're searching for a new job and you're saying, oh, I want to get a higher salary.
That puts you in a bad spot, though, doesn't it?
How? They can't check on that.
Because the company was dissolved? I mean, there's got to be some kind of paperwork, I would think.
Who are they going to call?
I don't know.
Who do you call at the company that's gone?
Well, I mean, I would imagine if they see...
You want to talk to my higher up from when I worked at Circuit City?
Uh-huh.
As the...
ABC warehouse?
Marketing VP?
All right. Well, that's gone, too. Wait a second. Wait a second.
I don't know what to tell you, bud.
Wait a second. All I know is
All right,
earlier in
Theranos, how about them? You want to talk to them? I worked there too.
Earlier in my career, and I was far too young and green to have gotten the gig, but somehow I was hired as the CFO at Enron.
See?
And I think there has to be somebody that can check these claims. And it's all algorithms reading resumes anyway. It's robots. Right?
Yeah,
They're looking for keywords.
Right. Like.
But Enron and FTX are not going to instill confidence in people that are looking for somebody.
But the position that you're saying that you held there.
Oh.
Will.
Okay. Well, I was the vice president in charge of operations for Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus. How do you like that?
I think.
I think so. Didn't they get rid of circuses because they were nailing bears' feet to pedals and making them ride around?
I think they got rid of all the animals. I think the Barnum and Bailey still exists.
All right. Well, anyway, this FTX had paid a lot of money for like celebrity endorsers. Giselle and Tom Brady and Larry David didn't he have a Super Bowl commercial last year?
I think so, yeah.
For FTX. So they've served all these people with subpoenas or whatever they're trying to get them. But the one person they couldn't find was Shaquille O'Neal, and they were thinking that he had been avoiding them, that he was hiding inside his house when a process server would show up. It seems to me if you're Shaquille O'Neal, you probably don't have to do that. This sounds like they were just leaking this to get him to show up.
Mm-hmm. Also,
I don't know how Shaq hides.
Yeah.
He's in his house, which I imagine if you're Shaq, you'd buy a house with ceilings. I imagine he bought ceilings taller than his head.
Yeah.
So high ceilings, right? And had that custom made probably. But Shaquille O'Neal was the one person that they allegedly could not find, as though he had been avoiding them. But then he posts a picture from his hospital bed and said he had hip surgery. So I guess now if they want to go throw a manila envelope at him, I've never been served with papers. You know, when you see it in the movies, they go, "Hey, Jim, yeah, you've been served," and they throw it at him. Can they do that? Like, can they just throw an envelope at you?
I don't know.
I'm sure we have process servers that have answered this question for me before, because I'm sure I've asked it before. But I can't be held accountable for what I asked before. It seems like it needs a little bit more than throwing an envelope at you and makes contact with your body.
Well, I think mostly
Isn't this
is that
what
you
Seth
identify
Rogen did in
yourself
the
as
Pineapple Express?
the person.
Right, but...
That's the most important part.
Right, but even if you do that, they can just throw an envelope at you and say you've been served?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but I can go, I wasn't served. Well, this guy...
Yeah, you were.
This guy said that
we got a guy that said you did.
Yeah, well, he's lying. It's my word against his.
He didn't lie. You're lying. Now you're being held in contempt. Right, Judge Poundcake?
We're not even in court yet. Oh, this would go to Poundcake's court. I see.
I just got done getting a winner. What did I miss?
Well, we were talking about how allegedly Shaq was one of the celebrity endorsers for that FTX, and now they're trying to subpoena those celebrities as part of this bankruptcy proceeding or whatever it is, and Shaq was the guy they couldn't find. And my question was, these process servers, do they just need to throw an envelope at you after you identify yourself? You'll see people like walking through an airport and they'll go, "Oh, are you so-and-so?" like pretending to be a fan.
So it used to be.
Yeah, it's me. And then they throw an envelope at you and you go, "You've been served." Like, is that a movie thing? Or is that a real thing?
That used to be a thing. And now you don't even, as long as you acknowledge them, like the person could be walking up to you. He doesn't have to give you the envelope. He doesn't have to do anything. If you make eye contact with him and he looks at you and he has like the envelope here and showing it to you, that's acknowledging it, and so you've been served.
That can't be true.
It is. It's also
okay. So let me
be served in the mail.
Let me go to the other side of the coin here. So if process servers around all the time trying to serve me, I never look at them. I never acknowledge who I am. What they don't just eventually go, "Well, we just couldn't ever get him. I guess he's not one of our witnesses anymore." I mean, there has to be some mechanism that if none of that transpires, they go, "Screw it, we'll arrest you if you don't answer this," or whatever.
You just don't make eye contact with them. The person could be in front of you.
Eye contact.
You look the other way.
That's why it's so hard to serve people that have autism.
But that's what I'm saying. Eye contact is so fleeting. You could never establish eye contact. I mean, you're not having a staring contest with somebody. If I have eye contact with people I pass on the street.
Yeah, if they have an envelope and they're trying to serve you, bam, you've been served.
Well, make eye contact with people that have envelopes.
Anyway, Bill threw this to Poundcake's court because he wasn't sure how this would work. Now when you get started, it's getting videotaped as evidence. Well, I mean, okay, that's what I'm saying. There has to be some record of it, not just the guy going, well, I threw the envelope at him.
Video evidence. That's just so elaborate. Like,
Not anymore. Everybody has a camera on their phone. Hey, are you so-and-so? And you're filming them. They go, yeah. You throw the envelope at
Like,
him.
I got a paper cut, bitch. I'm suing you.
Paper cut.
I'm suing you for assault.
All right. Well, anyway, it seemed highly illogical to me that Shaquille O'Neal was hiding from process servers. I mean, he's got lawyers. It's probably not the first time he's ever been embroiled in some situation. But there it is. I was talking before, my older daughter had gone to Fort Lauderdale for spring break last week, and for all accounts, it was uneventful. And I was happy about that because you never know what the hell's going on. I don't know what they're doing down there. Or what's going on around them or blah, blah, blah. But, like, a dude got, like, shot in the head on Miami Beach, just point-blank range, and this crowd is scattering. And, in Texas, they're having people. Some kid from Ohio State got killed in Mexico.
What was he doing in Mexico?
Spring break.
Like, what part, though? Because there are certain parts, like, if you go to Cabo, if you go to Cancun, Puerto Vallarta, Vallarta, Fafarta, whatever.
Well, but they're telling people, they're like, hey, maybe Mexico isn't the greatest place to go right now for spring break. Dude, anywhere. Like, who wants to do their homework only to find out that, maybe I won't get shot here? Ohio State University student dies over spring break. I guess the Dayton Daily News didn't get the memo about the Ohio State University.
OHNO.
Henry Meacock was a finance major from New Jersey. Sounds like a Bart Simpson name when he calls Moe's Tavern.
I know, right? It sounds like he's going to help out with the live stream tomorrow. Old Hank Meacock.
They haven't announced any details about his death, but he was found dead in Mexico on spring break.
I gotta admit, I was nervous when I went, but the people that I went with, they were like, "Oh, I swear by it. It's fine. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you." Like they.
Well, how long ago was this?
This was 21. The end of 21.
Yeah, okay. I mean, again,
I was scared.
Hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world vacation in Mexico, and nothing happens. But, like, do you want to you take the chance? We used to go to Mexico at least once a year. We haven't gone in a while. Well, I shouldn't say that. We went to the Nickelodeon Resort over Easter with our daughter, but I'm not worried about that. When Gwen and I would travel, we wouldn't always hang out at the resort. You want to get out into the little towns, and you want to see some stuff and have some fun.
And that's when you're at the mercy of the locals, and I don't like that.
But this is what I'm saying, is that over time, even that has gotten more sketchy. Didn't used to be for a while. You could walk around Playa del Carmen, like in the city, a mile away from the beach and have fun. You could walk around the town. And now there's a lot of places that are like, yeah, maybe if you're going to come here, go to a resort. But, even it's not like a resort is a bulletproof wall either. They might be less likely to pull some crap there, but it's not unheard of.
Like, we had to take a car from the airport to, like, the ferry to get on the boat, or to the ferry to get on the island. And it was just, like, it was weird because, like, it was a dude there. It was no official taxi service. I was like, is this an Uber? And it was a car with, like, no sign, no nothing. It was just a dude with a car. I'm like, are you sure? They're like, we do this all the time. I'm like, okay. And you just see the real Mexico. As soon as you get out of the airport, you just see, like, their gas stations, their buildings. Like, it's not a resort town for the people that live there, and it's just weird.
Well, yeah, they live there.
I know, but then I just
it's
feel
like
so
the people.
awkward
It's like the
taking
people
my
who,
luggage.
but it's like resorts in this country. If you live in Orlando or something, you might not be having a great time. You're working at Universal every day.
But anywhere you go in Miami, it looks like Miami. It doesn't look like a bomb hit it.
You haven't been to the right parts of Miami.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are plenty of places in Miami. You're like, what the hell is going on over here?
But I don't think they have tourists drive through those areas.
You can drive wherever you want.
Yes, but I'm saying
I'm in a rental car. I can go wherever I want.
This was a tourist trail. Like, I mean, from the airport straight to the ferry to go to Isla Mujeres. Like, that is a tourist trail. You go from the highway to the street. I'm like, wow, even that. Like, you get off one boulevard. you struggling.
One boulevard.
Get off one boulevard.
I got off the wrong boulevard. Speaking of spring break, there's a guy named... Oh, God, what's the guy's name? Cliff Edwards? Maybe Cliff Edwards. He dragged a butter knife across somebody's brand new car in Florida. This is a guy from Missouri who's vacationing in Florida. And when the cops busted him, he said, it was just a spring break mistake. Except this guy's 52. He's not down there for spring break. He's down there at spring break. It looks like he's got a legit headshot or something. So I think he works for some real estate company or something. So he's not like a sophomore at,
He's not doing like a back to school thing.
No. Rodney Dangerfield.
Do the triple Lindy later.
The vehicle's owners, a married couple, saw a guy standing near their car doing something weird. And when they walked around and saw that he had scratched a butter knife across their new car, he laughed and ran down the street. Extensive paint damage. And lying next to the car on the ground was a silver butter knife. The car had been parked outside the Toasted Monkey restaurant. And so they got him on security camera footage or whatever, and they catch up with the guy and felony criminal mischief. And he goes, it was just a spring break mistake, man. I was caught up in it. He does real estate in Springfield, Missouri. And good for him. Boy, these guys who listen, we had a good time on Friday, right? The Clevelander?
Great time.
We had a great time. It was St. Patrick's Day. All the MMS gang was there. We're having some pops, having some fun. Would it ever have occurred to you to spirit away a butter knife and drag it across someone's car? You were so wrecked. What?
Absolutely.
No, it wouldn't. You're not a psycho.
Poundcake's an agent of chaos.
Well, that's different, though. You don't need to be drunk to do that. If you're a true agent of chaos, you can be stone cold sober and drag a butter knife across somebody's car. You want to impress me, do that. Don't blame it on the Mr. White Claw. Blame it on the White Claws.
Blame it on the White Claw. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do that.
No. But the stuff, boy, some people, they cannot handle their high, boy. Doesn't matter what they do. I was reading this thing with Nikki Sixx from Motley Crue. And he was talking about how, it was a clickbait headline. Nikki Sixx thinks alcohol should be illegal. All he said was, you never meet a drunk who has done something great with their life, right? It's just, it can wreck a lot of lives. And you can't help but think that maybe if booze was illegal, things might be a little, well, we tried that once, it's something called prohibition. But also Nikki Sixx, we're like, what, you had all the fun, now we got to stop drinking? This guy OD'd and they brought him back in the day. So I guess he learned his lesson. But some people, boy, they get a couple of pops in them. This guy stumbles out of the Toasted Monkey and is keying somebody's car with a knife. And this poor couple, listen, this wasn't a Testarossa. This guy walks out, it's a brand new Nissan, right? Probably an elderly couple driving a Rogue. They just bought it. The cop said it was a 2023. They haven't had these cars 6 months.
They're probably on a wait list to get it.
Yes. Oh, look at this. Oh, we got a huge, it doesn't just take the paint off. You got to get body work on that.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. All right, I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures come up. And we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
It's all in me. Anything you want done, baby. Do it naturally. I'm every woman. It's all in me. I can read your thoughts right now. Everyone from A to Z. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
There's a little Poundcake covering the great Chaka Khan, who, as of yet, is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but she's coming to do an event at the Rock Hall, which feels especially...
like a slap in the face.
Yeah, it kind of does. She's been nominated for induction into the Rock Hall 7 times. And she will turn 70 this Thursday. How old is she now?
69.
Nice. Anywho, she'll turn... Boy, I thought Chaka Khan was older than that. She will celebrate her 70th birthday and celebrate her 50-year music career at a special event at the Rock Hall on the 29th. So she'll turn 70 this Thursday. And a week from Wednesday, she'll be at the Rock Hall. That might be a little awkward. She's going to do a little Q&A with somebody over there at the Rock Hall, and they'll have a cocktail reception and the whole bit. It's a members-only event, which doesn't include you and me. It's sold out. But you'll be able to stream it, rather, at rockhall.com. And they'll be adding a whole bunch of stuff from her career to the Legends of Rock exhibit. Do you think that this is all in place of inducting her?
Yeah.
I mean, why would she agree to do this?
Because she's probably getting a check.
Oh, you think that's what it is?
Yeah.
She and her...
Like, we're not going to put you in, but hey, you get to come out and we'll give you, $20,000 and it'll be a good time.
Yeah, she and her former band have been eligible for induction since 1998. But she has been nominated 7 times. I know she was on the ballot last year. She's on the ballot this year. And they're going to do this event with her. But she, as of yet, is not in there yet. Gesundheit.
Yeah.
What is the, I haven't looked at the current standings yet in the fan ballot. George Michael is still at the very top.
Haven't seen it.
George Michael, Cyndi Lauper, Warren Zevon. I'm very happy about that. Iron Maiden and Soundgarden are your top 5 vote getters right now for the class of 2023. Oh, maybe Chaka Khan's not on. Well,
I don't think she's nominated this year.
She's not nominated this year?
I don't think so.
Holy mackerel. Well, anyway. I wonder what they're paying her to do that then for a members-only event.
Like I said, it's definitely a check gig for her. They're like, hey, look. And you can't have anybody that's going to get inducted this year because you're waiting for them to get actually inducted to come.
Right. That's why it's, oh boy.
It's a strange thing.
It's very strange. But that's what they're doing over there. Hey, iHeartRadio app. You can listen wherever you are. You can leave us messages there if you like to.
Mr. Cox, Pete Pittsburgh here. Ed O'Neill said in the movie Dutch, "You can't beat a Ford for good brakes." I saw on the news today that Ford has a recall on your car, a Fusion. Made me laugh. Love the show. Keep it up.
Is he saying that it made him laugh that the brakes on my car might fail?
I think he's just thought it's funny that this quote from the movie Dutch, which...
God, remember Dutch?
Barely.
Wow.
that this guy remembers and knowing that you have that car. I don't think he wants your car to fail. But
I certainly hope
he thinks
not.
It's funny that, a little bit ironic, a lot of more set going on.
All right. There's a brake recall, because I got that notice this morning, by the way, that they're recalling my car and a bunch of other ones because the brake lines might leak.
Ooh.
And I don't know much about cars, but I know that ain't good. If you can't get enough pressure in your brakes there from the fluid, then that's not good, so I'll have to take it in or whatever. But I just want to make sure that I'm understanding in Pittsburgh properly.
Yeah, I don't think he wants your brakes to
Okay.
Your brakes might fail, Alan.
Well, but that's the implication there. I mean, that's why they're having the recall. Ed O'Neal, of course, the pride of Youngstown, Ohio. He went to Ursuline High School, and he got signed by the Steelers.
That's pretty impressive.
But nothing happened under Chuck Noll. Nothing happened there, though. Because he had to compete with Mean Joe Green.
Yeah.
And L.C. Greenwood. That ain't good.
He's nice Al, so.
Right. So
Al Bundy. I forget his
Al
name.
Bundy. Yeah.
Nice Ed.
Things have worked out for Ed O'Neal.
He's done okay for himself.
He got to cha-cha with Sofia Vergara for a long time on TV. And
where's he from again?
He's from Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, I'm going to be there April 22nd.
What?
Yeah.
Hometown of Boom Boom Mancini.
BillSquire.com.
April 22nd. That's a Saturday night.
Yeah.
It's also Earth Day.
Earth Day.
Will you do any special Earth Day stuff?
I guess you'll have to buy a ticket and find out.
Ah, God damn it. All right, I will.
You're trying to give all these secrets away when there's no secrets.
I'll buy a
to give
ticket,
away.
but I can't make it. So will you just tell me whether or not you do any Earth Day stuff?
Once I see the receipt.
All right, that'd be great. How much are tickets?
Probably like $15-20, something like that.
And where will you be performing?
The Funny Farm Comedy Club.
The Funny Farm in Youngstown.
Yeah, right there downtown.
Okay. Haven't they refurbished downtown Youngstown? That's what I keep hearing about.
They keep trying to.
All right.
They're doing little by little, but it's getting there.
Okay.
I haven't been there. I haven't been to Youngstown in a minute, so it'll be nice to get back down there.
Well, that's where you'll be then, right in the hustle and bustle.
Oh yeah.
Of downtown Youngstown. Will they provide hustle and bustle for the ticket price, or just one? Hard to say,
price?
probably.
Yeah. Depends on the ticket price. Let me see what the ticket price is.
You don't know?
No, I didn't. It's kind of far out, so I haven't checked yet.
All right.
All right. Where's that?
I just like giving people
$20
as much information as I can.
$20.
All right. You see the video of the police captain that got pulled over by a beat cop, and he begs him to turn because he's drunk. He begs him to turn off the body cam.
Ooh.
He's like, "I'm not going to do that, man. I'm a captain. I don't care, man." Of course, the cop that pulled him over because he knows the camera's on, and he's got an officer there. I feel like he's putting on a little bit of a show, but the cop that pulled him over, Sergeant Skinner, pulled over James French, a 55-year-old police captain from Oklahoma City, a captain. He's been with the department for 32 years. And he got pulled over by Sergeant Skinner. And the guy is pleading with him to turn his body camera off.
You been drinking tonight?
I just got a ride.
You been drinking tonight, sir?
I'm a captain on the police department.
What police department?
Oklahoma City.
I'm not turning my camera off.
He's being sexy with him. Turn your camera off. Usually was when you whisper when you ask somebody to turn their camera on. Turn your camera on.
Turn your camera on and get the Squirttopia.
Let me lay down the Squirttopia. Where's the Squirttopia? What was it? Wasn't there a drink called Fruitopia?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I love Fruitopia.
Well, it was all sugar water, but it was still pretty good. But I wonder if Squirttopia can get a cooperative crossover with Fruitopia. That's probably not even a beverage anymore.
You gas up with the Fruitopia, and then you let it all out on the Squirttopia.
That's right. Fruitopia.
Makes it taste better.
Oh,
too.
it's still around. Coca-Cola Minute Maid.
A little sweeter.
Please.
I know you're aware of our body cam policy. You know I cannot turn off this body cam.
I do, but I'd like to talk to you.
I can't do that, sir.
Please. I'd like to talk to you.
I'll talk to you once we're done.
You can turn it off, you can turn it on.
I can turn it off once I'm done with my investigation, sir.
Okay.
I don't show favoritism to anyone, regardless. I don't care if
See, now he's putting on, because cops are getting so much bad press. This guy's on camera.
Oh, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Sir, I don't show deference to anyone.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
You can't see my face, but
Well,
I
no,
can
this
see
guy
yours.
doesn't care. He doesn't care the guy's a captain from Oklahoma City. He's not in Oklahoma City, I don't think. So he's like, look, bro, you know, if he could fire his ass, I'm sure it'd be a different situation, and no, this would have never seen the light of day. The captain said he'd been at a poker game. But Sergeant Skinner was not letting him out.
Gangbanger or the President of the United States.
Sir, I'm not asking you for that.
If I was to treat you differently than I was to treat like some Southside loco or some pedo, how's that look on me?
Sergeant Skinner, please.
Okay, once we complete the test, I'll turn off my body camera. All right, go ahead and turn around for me. Put your hands behind your back.
Are you going to arrest me, sir?
Yes, I am.
Can I talk to you? Can we keep the camera off now?
You want to do the nature of the knockoff
now.
Skinner!
I need to tell you something.
Could you put down a Squirttopia in the back of the cruiser at least? I gotta go to the back.
I've been drinking Fruitopia all night. Could you put the Squirttopia down?
Been drinking green tea all goddamn day.
Oh, come on. I got a belly full of Clearly Canadian. The peach. You know how that goes through you. I've been drinking New York seltzer. That stuff go in the squat little bottles. Remember that stuff?
No.
Oh, God. What was that called?
I know that Clearly Canadian. I remember that. But
Yeah. Original New York seltzer. These tiny little squat glass bottles. They still sell them at Heinen's. And, again, it's just pop, but they're so good. Black cherry soda. They're all clear, but they taste dynamite. Anywho, Sergeant Skinner was not going to let that OKC captain out of his sight. That's not going to work in your favor either when you're like begging the guy to turn the camera off.
No, that's not good.
Hey, could you turn your camera off?
Why, no, sir, I cannot. He rips out the piece of paper. We do not show differential
Yes, of
treatment to
course.
anyone.
If I treated you different than some South Side loco or a pedo, how would that look?
What, I can't treat you like you're black. What do you mean?
Well, they're both white.
He's treating me like I'm black. I'm not black.
Captain of the police department has him get out. Said he came from a poker game. And he's like, I'm not turning my camera off. Sorry. I'm a captain. But I'll tell you what, if he was his own commanding officer, I bet he would have thought twice about it. Hey, how about if I kick your ass back down to traffic cop? How you like that? 1:30 in the morning. Eyes were watery and his speech was slurred. Part of the report there. See, there's a golden opportunity there to get gross, quite frankly. That's a golden opportunity to get gross there. You got to figure out how badly the guy wants you to turn the camera off. Because if you turn that camera off, then anything that transpires, there's going to be no record of that. But you're really going to have to make it worth your while. He's like, can you turn your camera off? Can I talk to you? Sure. Why don't you come around the side here?
But don't
those jeans have reinforced knees, Captain?
Haven't we learned from now
Nope.
by now that those cameras don't turn off right away? There's like a 2-minute like turn off window. That's how those one cops got like pinched the last time, because they were doing something that they weren't supposed to do, and they're like, okay, let me turn my camera off real quick. And I think they didn't know then that there was like a wait period before it actually turns completely off.
Or they start recording before they turn them on or something. I don't know how that works, but
I just know that.
And I don't even know that if body cameras, if there's like a uniform, if there's a standard that's used across different cities, but
I don't know.
And I'm sure that this officer that pulled him over, Officer Skinner, was. I'm sure he was lauded when he got back to oh my God, what a great job you're doing out there, pulling over these 55-year-old white drunk guys. You're protecting and serving out there, homie. So that whole thing. But again, I'll repeat myself. Do you think that Pete from Pittsburgh was hoping that my brakes were going to go out?
I don't.
Is that what he was going for?
I really don't think
Oh,
so.
Pete, buddy. Bill with the hot rod green tea reference. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Hot. Have you watched that recently, or you just committed that to memory?
That one's definitely
Hot Rod.
always
Wow.
in my mind, but I think I watched it last year sometime. That's one of my. I love that movie.
I saw it once in the theater. Liked it. Never watched it again.
It's a good one to just throw on when you just want.
It's
some
streaming?
silly laughs. I don't know. I have it. I own it.
Oh, pardon me. Must be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Must be
I buy
nice.
the movies I like to watch again and again.
Must be. I'm amazed at the movies
My
that are not
collection.
available to stream.
Ransom.
Yes, with Mel Gibson.
I wanted to watch that one time, and I was looking, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Bums me out.
Yeah, because there's all these kind of weird agreements with streamers and the movie studios and blah, blah, blah. So there's these like, I kind of went down this rabbit hole for a while of watching like 70s paranoia conspiracy movies like Parallax View and Day of the Condor, 3 Days of the Condor, those things. And even into the 80s and 90s, there's movies that you can't stream. They're like, is this anywhere? Like you Google it. And they usually have a button now in Google for where you can stream a movie. And you can tell because there's no button, and there's a bunch of people asking on Google where you can stream this movie.
One that you can stream, but they don't have an updated version I talked about a few months ago was True Lies, which really bums me out because I love that movie, but it's like a letter, like it's an old rip from a, not even DVD, like or the big ones.
A VHS?
Not the VHS, the Laserdisc. It's like a
Laserdisc
Laserdisc rip, and it's really weird that you can't get like a full screen version of it.
Yeah. I mean, I tried to watch. I was like, you know what I want to watch? I haven't watched since I was a kid. Was Cannonball Run. Remember Cannonball Run?
Oh, yeah.
They got 15 minutes of blooper reel at the end of it. Can't stream that anywhere. A lot of big movies you can't stream. I don't know why. Can't watch Dogma anywhere. Spice World. Poundcake knows my pain on this. I decided, hey, man, it's time to re-watch Spice World.
Dogma, really? That's a bummer.
Yeah. Chris Rock talking about how he'd never take his shirt off in a movie. Wasn't he shirtless in Dogma?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's younger, too.
I think, yeah. He was
But,
younger, but wasn't he shirtless in New Jack City, too?
Yeah, probably. He was Pookie.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's, for a while you couldn't stream Better Off Dead. That's like one of my favorite movies of all time is John Cusack and Better Off Dead. And for a while, it wasn't available everywhere. I think now, and I don't know if it, like an agreement, a licensing agreement has to expire or what, but some of these movies, they pop up everywhere after a while.
It's usually once, like, studios acquire them. Like, when there's mergers and stuff like that, a lot of stuff becomes available. Or unavailable, like HBO's doing, where they're just kicking a lot of stuff off of their streaming service.
Hot Rod made $14 million on a $25 million budget, Steve says.
Okay.
Yeah, it was not a popular movie. It flopped,
movie.
but
I don't care, but
I
love
liked it. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Andy Samberg was like, well, let me hang out my shingle here.
Yeah, some of my favorite comedies over the past 20 years have been, well, 2 of them are Andy Samberg movies, Hot Rod and Pop Star, Never Stop,
Never Stopping.
Oh, I love that movie so much.
Why?
It's so funny.
It's so ridiculous that it is very funny, I think. Okay. But
just like, and it's just a great.
And Hot Rod was like, it was
a movie. Yeah.
It was like Arnett was in it, and Hader was in it, and Isla Fisher, Super Foxy, and there were a lot of funny people in it. There was just something about it.
And
where
then who played his dad? His stepdad that he was fighting.
Ian McShane.
Ian McShane, yes, which is such a funny person to have in that role.
Yeah.
First, Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Yeah, Pop Star.
You never saw that one though.
No, I know that one was based off of Justin Bieber though.
Yeah,
it was a parody.
Yeah. It's not like a straight Bieber parody.
It's also barely a parody. That's why some people probably didn't dig it because you're like, a lot of this is not probably that far off. Okay, let me take a break here. You went the last word in. Send me a text, 35192. Cavs off tonight. You'll get the full Corey Roddick experience, I believe, after 6:30 tonight. So you'll be in good shape.
is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Next Monday night.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
Are you ready? At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
With Innovator Award recipient Taylor